Can you all hear me? We all can hear you. Well, wait just a few minutes. We are trying to correct the audio in Australia.
Gerardo Guerra, quisiera yo saber si va a ser la misa el día de hoy para poderlo anunciar. Agustín, si me estás oyendo.
So now, yesterday we were in Kazan, so now Kazan have one more question. Is it right? No, not yet. I will tell you first before you can ask. So now the master, we wait. The master will give a lecture first before we can ask questions. So now all of you, you just wait for me to give the lecture with everything that for the past 2 days that I had promised that I will through all of your questions with all of the difficulties around about the treatment according to the techniques. As for us, we use the brain of pediatric man. So now you listen to the lecture. You can take notes carefully now. Perhaps after 1 hour lecture, then I'll let you ask question. And then in the next session, the 3 hours left after the break, then you ask question. If there's something that you need to clarify, I will clarify for you. However, starting from tomorrow, a number of you in many regions, or the Vietnamese, you will receive the summary notes that I will send to you from Australia with everything that I teach you, the main points for all of the students in this class about the brain of pediatric man. I will have a summary note so you are able to follow, and perhaps next week they will translate it into English, and I will send through the website, through the email. So all of you, when you have the email, you receive the summary notes, so that if you forget, and you can refer to the notes so you can apply, then you can practice. However, a number of you, as you have in recorded through the video or through the cassette tapes, then you can listen and then you can write down the notes. So in that way, you will have some of the basic notes that I have a summarized note that afternoon today. After those of you who go back to Vietnam and the Vietnamese from other region, starting from tomorrow, if you're still here, then I will give you that summary notes in Vietnamese. And for those of you who are leaving Australia tomorrow, you rest assured, if you have the website, if you have the email, you can check next week. I will have it in English and Vietnamese available for you. So that is the general guideline I share with you. Now about the brain of pediatric man, this is how I guide you in the case that we are able to apply the light of the aura of God. And this is the formula that is from God who revealed to us so that we can apply. Do not think that it is anti-science. That is in the case of the world, the knowledge of the world, the human knowledge. But on universal energy, the light of the auras, that is belong to God, the deities. The large UE family for the past 14 years, as I have taught you to all of the students around the world, our purpose is to research on the spirituality using the ability from God to help to reduce the suffering of the humankind on both aspects, physically and spiritually, meaning the body of the living as well as the soul of the dead. That God had given to us this ability for the past 14 years. We have done a lot. We had been and we continue on doing it. So now today, you are in the higher levels in UE. So we do not go beyond the guideline in a healing technique. I want to guide you from a medical and scientific perspective. Do not ask why and why and why among yourself as you are researchers, but it is accurate according to the human view. In the large UE family, we are updating the knowledge with a deadlock for the field of science and medical science. We had seen the result for the past 14 years already. It is not that this is the first time that you see the result. Therefore, this is the highest level in UE, starting from today before the end of the class. With all your questions that you asked, I shall answer for you. First, you want to heal a person who is handicapped. This is the one, let's say for example, difficult to treat case, let's say for long or short leg. Or let's say in this case of a lost arm or lost leg, or in the case of the internal organ that had been surgically removed. So in this case now, listen carefully. Each day you take that person out to treat individually. you transfer energy to that person 3 times, and you transfer energy 3 times. So let's say, for example, a lost teeth to that teeth that is lost, so that you can promote it to grow. I cannot confirm that in the case of people who is naturally from birth they have been deformed. Or let's say, for example, the elderly, you have the spine, the arc back. Or in the case of the bones, or all the nervous system inside the physical body, especially, let's say, for example, the elderly ladies, in the case of menopause, that you need to use medication, so to have the hormones to regulate in terms of the ovaries, or in the case of all of the hormones inside the body for the woman. And if it causes sickness, then instead of treating that person on the first day, you transfer energy 3 times. So now, starting from today, the formula, this is for the people who are severely sick. And for those that have surgical removing the organs, so that you can help them to recover. Just like in the case of the people who are handicapped on a wheelchair. Let's say with the case of handicap paralysis, if the nerve are ruptured, you transfer energy to that person 3 times. And on the case, let's say, for example, muscle atrophy, you have to transfer energy 3 times, receiving energy of the light of the aura of God, and send energy to the person 3 times, and then send energy to the, let's say, for example, the legs that are being injured. You transfer energy to the leg 3 times. In the case of the organ that are being transplanted, you transfer energy to that organ 3 times, to that organ each day. Let's say the heart, the kidney, for example, you transfer the energy to that organ 3 times a day. Listen carefully. And in the case of the injury, let's say, for example, a case of shortened leg, one leg is shorter than the other, or many of the problem from natural birth, you receive energy from the aura of God to that person 3 times, and then you send to, let's say, a shorter leg, you send to that shorter leg 3 times. We hope that they are able to recover, and you can help, let's say, in the case of shortened leg, with the light of the aura of God, you are able to help them to be able to recover from this naturally sickness from natural birth or handicap. In the case you want to have the teeth to grow, like you have asked, today I'm answer for you. In the case of to have the teeth to grow, it doesn't mean that I intentionally, like in my case, because of the fact that I have that bridge right here, so I have to take out that bridge. So right now this place here is vacant. I took out the bridge. I did not think that I can help to promote the growth, but now, after I teach you, I advise for you, you don't need to go to take out this bridge. But let's say, for example, you have a missing place for the teeth. As you transfer energy to that gum, if you are able to transfer energy to that gum, if it has pain, then you go to examine to see if it is promoting the growth. Some of the wisdom teeth, you are not able to help them to grow. Even though I'm not a dentist, I just want to share with you through the presentation of a number of you, a student in UE who revealed to me, in the case of the wisdom teeth, once it is extracted, it is difficult to grow again. So now you can experiment. You can experiment in the case of the tooth, lost tooth, for example. One of the important things is that you want to help all of those women in the case of the ovaries and the uterus. This is very important in the case of the woman through the menopause. Let's say if they have injury with the ovary or with the uterus, beside the fact that you transfer energy general for the body, you transfer energy directly to the uterus or to the ovaries of the person 3 times. If they have injury on the ovary or the uterus, that is one way you can help for the woman in the case of problem of the ovaries or with the uterus, so you're able to help them to recover, so they don't have to be too concerned about, let's say, in the old age, they have problem with the tumor or with the tumor of the ovaries, or with the aches and pain that you have to go through surgery. So that is how I want to share with you in the case that you ask about the sickness. Yesterday I also remember you mentioned about these animals. After they died, they are able to revive. In Vietnam, I don't know clearly about this, but I know a number of people in Vietnam about several years ago had mentioned to me, in the case of, I don't know if it is real or not, in the case of the crab, they transform. Let's say for example, the crab with their legs. This is the experiment from the Vietnamese I just shared with you. So with the crab, they cut out the legs. Instead of 10, they cut out 8 legs, and then after a few times, the crab also grow back these legs. So these are the one that they research about the case of the crabs. So perhaps, let's say for us with the lost arms or legs, I have not seen that we can grow a finger. Let's say a finger had been cut. I don't know if we can grow. So now you can experiment. You can experiment to see if you can help it to grow or not. I cannot confirm yet, because according to books, for many centuries until now, we have never seen a case. However, for hundreds of thousands of years ago, this had happened thousands of years ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago. So now we can try to transfer energy, meaning about 8 years ago, a number of you who did not have the sufficient capacity, you are able to heal the people who are paralyzed, the people who are handicapped. And in some of the cases I had done so. In the case of people with shorter legs, one leg is shorter than the other, so you can at the time you use the energy of the light of the star, perhaps you are able to help the people with uneven leg to recover. Before I taught in Chiang Mai, Deng had helped one of the monks who is a level 13 plus student, who helped many of the priests who came to the temple. And that monk who was a level 7, level 13 plus, in the case of uneven leg, and one is shorter, the other about 3 centimeters, but he was able to help the uneven leg to recover. And that Thai monk who treated only for 5 days, and the 2 legs of that priest was able to grow and back to be even again. That is some of the case about 8 years ago. Some of the case with people with uneven leg, and they treated for 3 weeks, and all of the people who are handicapped, you can apply each day. Normally, you transfer energy 3 times to that body of that person, to the injured part. Let's just send the light of the auras of God to that injured part 3 times a day. So you take notes. Now I let you experiment. In the case of, let's say, a lost arm or lost, these are the external parts. Inside the body, as you transfer energy, perhaps they can grow. Let's say, for example, a liver had been surgically cut. You transfer energy, perhaps it may grow. Or like I mentioned to you about the heart, the small size, you are able to help so the heart can grow to the normal size. Or the heart maybe is too bigger than normal size, you may be able to transfer energy. In the past, you are unable to help it to grow down. As you are able to receive the light of the aura of God, send into you the body of that person, and receive the light of the aura of God to send to the heart, so that it can go back to its normal size. For the organ that had been surgically removed, you are able to send energy to help it to grow. In the case of the intestine, sometimes, let's say, due to the case of the injury or some case of cancer that it had been surgically removed, or transplants, so you transfer the energy directly to this organ. On each of these organs that had been removed or through surgery, In the case of the intestine, if they had to go through the surgery, they cut off, let's say, the kidney or the intestine, or remove these organs. Let's say they have 3 organs and 2 organs have been removed, 1 had been transplanted. So each organ, you transfer energy to each organ 3 times to each organ. You send directly to that organ. So in summary, everything that are internal in our physical body, if they are surgical removed or injured, you can send energy directly to this. My point here is these are the ones that are being surgical removed that you can transfer. If they are just the normal sickness, and you don't have to do it. In the case of being transplant or in the case of being surgical removed, then you transfer energy there to promote growth. But if it is in a normal sense, let's say you have a problem, let's say you have a normal like cancer of the lung or problem with the liver, then each day you just transfer energy, the formula that I have taught you the other day, meaning the first day you transfer energy 3 times, and the second day and on you transfer energy once to the whole body. And that is a general case if they have normal symptom with these internal organs. So today, I just teach you, these are all the case of organ transplant or organ that have been removed. And normally, like beside the fact that in the case of have been surgical removed, then you have to transfer energy to this patient every day, 3 times to the body, and then 3 times to the organ that had been removed. This is for the case of either organ transplant or the case for the people who are handicapped or the people with problem, let's say uneven leg, or in the case of the nerve, for the case of the people who are handicapped, if the nerve had been ruptured, then you transfer energy 3 times to the nerve that had been ruptured, so you are able to help the case for the people with handicap, so they can use their legs again. So listen carefully. These are the cases that you need to pay attention carefully, so you are able to help others. In the case that you ask about this situation. Now, in the case of outside the body, your arms, legs, fingers, if they are being lost, cut, let's say you have a lost arms or lost leg. So beside the fact that you transfer energy each day to that person 3 times, the one with the lost arms or lost leg, and then the lost arm, you transfer energy to that lost arm 3 times, to that lost arm or that lost leg or that lost finger, you transfer energy to that, to see how the effect would be when you, as God had allowed you to use the brain of prehistoric man to apply. For the past 2 days, I had mentioned to you, the brain of prehistoric man can create all of the living creatures. From nothingness we have, and then from nothingness we have everything, and from everything it returns back to nothingness. So now we are returning back to that stage, so that we are able to use the brain of prehistoric man that God allowed us or give us this ability, so we can help mankind. So now you can apply. These are the details I want to share with you in the case of the transfer energy. It is different than the case of the technique that of the sickness like cancer or normal sickness that I didn't mention. In the case of pregnancy, I don't know if you there or not. If, let's say, I'm sorry, this is a lesson. If for you are pregnant, let's say 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months pregnant, if there's a complication, then if there's a complication, if you transfer energy, or because of the complication, they have to take out the fetus. There was one case, the infant was only 180 grams, and in the hospital they had to take out and then nurture the infant in the hospital. So now for us, in the case of pregnancy for the children, now I let you experiment first. Now you experiment first among you yourself. If you want a boy, or if you want a girl, or if you want a twin boy or a twin girl, or you want to have a twin, a boy or a girl. So you can experiment starting from this class. I let you experiment. You can only have two. Do not ask for more. Just let's say up to two, meaning the twin. Let's say before both of you, the couple, to have the intercourse. Beside the fact that you send the light of the aura of God to your husband, beside the fact that you send to your husband and you send to your wife, and then I allow you to use the light of the aura. You send energy once to the uterus of the woman. You send once to the uterus of the woman, and at that time you say you send the light of the aura of God to the uterus of the woman, so that you can have a boy, or to have a girl. In your thought, you send like that. You receive the light of the aura of God, and you send to the uterus of the woman, and with this energy to form a boy, or this energy can form a girl that you wish. That is, if you wish to have a boy or a girl. So now, if you receive the light of the aura of God, you transfer energy to the brain. You receive the light of the aura of God, and you send to the uterus of the woman twice. If you do it twice, remember, twice. That means if you send it twice, if and you want to have a boy or a girl, just think in your head. Listen carefully so you can take note now. If you want to have a twin boy, if you want to have a twin girl, then you have to send energy 3 times. So you receive an energy of light of the aura of God, and send and receive to the uterus of the woman 3 times. You have to send it 3 times if you want to have a twin boy or a twin girl. So if you send energy a twin boy or a twin girl, if you just want to have a boy or a girl, then you send energy twice. You think of the boy once, and you think of the girl once. That is according to your will. And as you do like that, first you have the spiritual sexual unification. If you want to have children only in a month, if suddenly you lost your period in 1 month, do not think that you have to use a method like based on medication. Let's say after 14 days, or you have to wait like 14 days to 10 days according to the eye cycle of the egg. But for us, there is we don't have to based on that. The moment when you send energy to the uterus through the intercourse, so it would help in the case of the egg. This is how you control the egg, so that you can stimulate, so it can form a fetus, and that would become one of the person, the child that God has sent down by the light of the aura of God. So if you want to have one boy, one girl, or a boy, a girl, or a twin boy or twin girl, that is how I teach you. You can experiment on this, and you will see this is the best way. So now you can experiment whether you have a boy or girl. Like yesterday, even though I did not announce for you in Italy or in Hungary or in Russia, I just mentioned about in Australia. I don't know about the future in the following months how it would be, but for sure you don't learn. So now I just want to let you to experiment in the next for 3, 4, 5 months until the end of the year. I do not know when. I will have a time when I'm very free that I pray to the deities. So a number of you who can come and learn with me 7 days. It is not like a class with hundreds of students. It's not like a class. It's not like I say 10%, 100%, or 200%. This is I choose a number of you who are not doctors or not scientists. I would invite you, a very small number of you, so you can come to research with me. I will teach you. It doesn't mean that so now perhaps we try that I'm the chief of the center. I will try to do a lot of work. Perhaps you may not be. This is not the head of, for the head of center for normal students. This is a research. After you, I let you experiment. First of all, for the woman and for the man, I let you experiment. If you, among yourself, you have the wisdom and enlightenment according to the method of spiritual sexual unification to have children. So now we are in April. In about 9 more months, or 7 months, or 8 months, if you want to give birth, you will. Listen carefully. I just share with you from that part. Today I teach you. Today now we're in April. If you are pregnant and in any form, you can see the fetus, the baby would be stronger and healthier than any other. Do not think that it is a premature birth, or maybe you have complication. If it is premature birth in 6 months or 7 months, when suddenly your uterus, when you are dilated, and then you bring out the child, and that would be one of the high spirit. This is the formula for our children to receive the light of aura, and that is the spirit that God has sent down in your children. So listen carefully. Therefore, when let's say when you are pregnant, only 6 months, 7 months, that you feel that you will give birth, and you go to see however they measure with the dilation, the child is born very healthy. According to using the ultrasound, after 6 months, 7 months, and with the let's say the weight 1 kilogram, 1.8 kilogram, or after the child is give birth, you transfer energy, the child would be growing to normal, just like you are blowing a balloon, for example, like in Vietnam, the terms. There are a number of the coffin that they are buried under the ground for 30-40 years. After they exhumed the body was still intact. As a light, with the light from the sun, the body after exhumed, the body is through the oxidation, the body is corrupted after they exhume the body. So now, if you were worried you want to have boy or girl, and now you can apply. I will repeat again. The wife transfer energy to the husband transfer energy to the wife before the intercourse. If you want a boy, you transfer energy to the uterus of the woman. If you want a boy, you think of the boy. If you receive energy from the to the uterus of the woman, if you think of a girl, if you want a girl, each time when you have the intercourse, you do like that. So in a month, suddenly you lose your period. Then by the second month, normally suddenly you lose your period, and you check, and you will be pregnant. And now I advise for you. Let's say if in 6 months suddenly you feel that you will deliver, and you do it, don't be too concerned. I just say that ahead for you, so you now you know. If you are afraid, you cannot, because at that time suddenly you feel that you have to deliver. In only 6 months, the uterus dilated, that you feel pain, and you go when you give birth. From 1 kilogram, 1.2 kilogram to go, the child will grow up to 1.8 or to grow to 2 kilogram, because this is the energy from the deities to allow for us to apply using the ability that God had given to us. And that would not be just for one case. All of you, many cases. That would be so surprised for the medical communities. We do not know if God had allowed me to teach about 150 or 500 or 1,500 of you more. So perhaps the technique would be taught to many of you who are waiting, with the condition that both of you who are in the same level, you can apply. Now, in the future, in the case for the shorter time in pregnancy, we can do that later. So now I'll let you experiment first from now to the end of the year. With all my lecture today, I will let you experiment until the end of the year. From now to the end of the year, all of the situation that you need, my assistant, you send email to me, send letters to me, you send a report to me, so I can give you my opinion to help you. So I would try to arrange my program, my agenda, so that I can let you experiment for 3-4 months. So during that 3-4 months to experiment, if we have a chance, during this time you can apply, and then during that time, as I teach you, you apply. I continue to learn more about the brain of Pacific man, so that I can share. And for those who are by faith and destiny, your research to help mankind, then those of you, I myself will invite you. I will invite those of you who are researching, so that you can learn to develop. It doesn't mean that you go to the class to learn. Whether we learn long or short, you would not be able to research. This is the technique that you are able to learn to help the humankind. Depending on each cycle, we learn at least 7 days, and a maximum of 10 days. A number of you, a very small number of you, so that I will be able to teach you. I will share with you, so you have a chance to go back to help mankind. This is by great fate or destiny. It doesn't mean that it is my family members or my friends that you can say that you can hear about it, you can come. But as you hear, you would not be able to do anything. It's not effective. So you learn, so you can practice everything that you learn from today, and in the future you apply, especially starting in today, the lesson that you learned today. Only in 3 months, everything has changed all over the world. That will include the change in the EV school a lot. Listen carefully. The time has come. God allow us to use the brain of prehistoric man. Everything would change for the humankind, for the new people. And these new people, they are no stranger. They are you, me, we are the pioneers. So that we can help all others to reach the same stage just like us. Listen carefully. So now, I just want to share with you some of the main points in that 3 minutes, that you take notes carefully, take notes. And now, I will teach you through the question that you ask, so that I can answer and share with you my experience to help us to change the environment. And a number of you who are the doctors in here, I also understand for those of you who are doctors, dentists, pharmacists, many of you who are pharmacists, it is better for you because you use the light of the auras of God to transfer it to the medication to help people. That is a good thing for you to do. In the case of your business, to get rich, that is only secondary. In the case that you are able to produce the medication to help people to take without the side effect, this is the primary point to help you. But for those of you who are doctors, I advise for you, if you apply with acupuncture or you apply with complementary medicine, I do not have any comments on that. However, I want to give you a general guideline for all of your patients, whether the new or old patient. Do not worry about that. I have allowed for you to put their name in the collective list that you can apply from now. You apply on the collective list from now to the day you die. You listen carefully. This list right here, this is include all of your family members, from infants to the elders. Starting from today, from tomorrow, you continue to transfer energy to that list until the day you die. As a preventive way, or to heal people, if they die, that their spirit return back to God. The people on your list, you are the doctors, you are the pharmacists, you have the list of your patients. Each day, you can reserve about 3 seconds. Can you reserve 3 seconds? I do not force you to use 3 hours. In the morning when you wake up, and you have all of the records, the list of patients, 3 years, you store all of them. Let's say it's more than 3,000 patients that you have, or 30,000 patients, or 100,000 patients. You have the whole stack of lists right here. Only 3 seconds or 2 seconds. Receive the light of the auras and send to that stack of the list. Today, if 5 patients come to you or 10 patients come to you, then if they come to you, then you can help them. If they come to see you, the patient come to see you. If not, don't worry about that. Don't worry. Accept when you heal them. And in the emergency, now in the case of emergency, you just send the energy three times. You just send energy 3 times for them. And then after you transfer energy, and then you can heal them, then they can get healed. Then you don't have to worry about that. So through this incident, I just want to share with you, there are a number of you mentioned, Master, I don't have patience. Can I use three yellow books with all the names to treat? Since in there you don't know, because sometimes there's fake names, you don't know. So instead of using the yellow page, the phone directories, so those of you who are doctors, dentists, you have all of the list of your patients. You transfer energy to that in a way that you are helping them, and also to build your merits. In that way, you can help them. Do not ask why this. To do the merits to transfer energy, do not think that you say that, Master, if I have 1,000 of lists today, I have 30 appointments in the morning. I transfer energy and they don't come to you because they are all healed. Then can I do that? If you do that, you lose all your patients, but then you have something more valuable. That is your merit, the blessing, the invaluable gift that God had given to you. This is a main one. Even now, you say that I'd rather treat the people and then before you transfer energy. And so you want to keep your patients. So that's how I share with you. In the case of your physician, so that is a way that you are building the merit. You can only see this much. The brain of physical man that you are using, you can see billions times more the knowledge comparing to your knowledge. So you should not worry. I confirm with you, when you learn the brain of prehistoric man, you should not worry. Never worry. From now to the past, from now to the future, you should not worry. Do not worry to see if you are suffering or not. Just experiment. Just try it. With our responsibility that we do, starting from tomorrow, how you apply, I teach you, then you just apply, then you'll be so happy. You'll be so relaxed. That is how I share to all of you, so that you have the opportunity to apply. It doesn't mean that you have to go to do the research and study. So you can apply to see the result. With all of the problem that you encounter, you send directly to me by letters. By telephone maybe lengthy, so it's best you send to me by email. And advice for you: never send something with the EMS with my telephone. When a telephone to me, I hear you send by message or something. I cannot see it. I do not know about this. I only hear the phone. I have so many phones, so I can call, and then you call me. That's all I can use. I see some of the people who send message texts when because I do not know how to use it. I am not good on these things. I'm not good on these things. Email, I tell you. You send email to me, I tell you. You are very fortunate that over here, the people in the staff, also my family members. So you send email to me. You ask me if I receive it. I do not know how to receive. I do not know how to touch the computer. I do not know how to send. I do not know. And they send to me, I don't know how to receive. But I teach you when the computer is have a problem, I can help you to fix it. But I do not know how to use it, so you have to understand from me. However, with everything you send to me by email, more or less I receive 90 to 95% or 98%, so you can rest assured. And I also advise for you, when you send fax to me, you tell me how many pages did you send. Sometimes my machine has a problem or your machine has a problem. You say that you send to me 4 pages and 6 pages. You write on that. You send to me 6 pages or 4 pages. I can check. If you just send to me supposedly 6 pages, I only receive 3 pages and the machine stop. And I only see the first part. I'm missing the final part. I do not know. So you do not know if I can receive all everything or not. So it is best for you to let me know how many pages you send to me if you send my fax. So after the lecture that I give you, starting from tomorrow, with everything, the most difficulties that you face, that you encounter, these are all the countries. The most difficult one, meaning the countries and the leaders of the world. So you can try, if you wish to do it. Now it's time for you to do it, to see if how the condition in the world, how it is, to see if you transfer energy, the light of the auras of God, whether you do it right or wrong. If they are right or they are wrong, to see if they change or not. So that is how I share with you. If they are wrong, for sure they would change. If they are correct, if they are right, then they don't need to change. That is how you do. Altogether, 1,500 of you. All you need is just 300 of you, 200 of you, or 100 of you. You transfer energy to that country A, for example. You see if you can see the change. If there's no change, that means that they are doing right. If they did wrong, then they'll change. And they themselves, they don't know why they change. I just review that ahead, so for you to know, so you can rest assured. When you start to use the brain of prehistoric man to contribute to help humanity. And then in the case of the sickness, that I hope that I share for those who are on a wheelchair, with handicaps, with cancers, I hope all of these cases, I wish that you, me, together, we are able to solve, to help all of these people on earth to live in a longer age with less sickness, to live with wisdom and in enlightenment, with health, in order to help humanity. It doesn't mean that we just protect the life of others so that they can lead a life of pleasure. It is not like so. So now, we let Kazan to ask question, and then after Kazan, then Melbourne can ask, and then we can follow with all the questions. So now we start with the question from Kazan.
Dear Master, I have 3 questions. My first one is regarding the light of the aura of God. When I usually try to receive and then to send energy, I visualize something. I'm trying to visualize something. And regarding the light of the aura, I don't know. How should I visualize it? And if I visualize it, what color should I visualize? Of what color should I visualize it? And maybe I simply there is no need to visualize anything at all. Is there any other way how we can consciously cognize, understand this, how I should use the light of the aura? Meaning, how should I receive the light of the aura? Visualize, not visualize. If visualize, what color? If not, how receive it consciously, how understand it? Secondly, when there are a number of people in front of us, say 3, 4, how should we transfer energy to them? Should we transfer them energy collectively? Should we transfer them energy maybe one by one or anything? How should I transfer energy? And the third question of mine, you have, in your lecture now, you talked about various illnesses, sicknesses, and other cases such as a person lost a finger, etc. How should we transfer energy in these cases? What is the best way to transfer energy in these cases? Should we transfer it presence over distance, etc., etc., other details how we should do this better? Thank you very much. I know the light is bad, but it's too much sun in here.
Dạ, đây là câu hỏi của học viên bên Kazan. Câu hỏi thứ nhất, khi chúng con Now for you, as you asked, I will elaborate for you further for you. You are in a level 6. I have taught you in the case of visualize the pyramid merging to your pyramid in your head, and in the level 7 special, same case. In the level 11, 12, and 13, I mentioned about the pyramid mass. All these forms are the way that you visualize and you receive the energy, the light from the sun that cover the earth. You just visualize the light of the sun that come to you. You visualize the energy from the star that come to you. You just visualize the light of the aura of God come to you. Do not think about the color. You don't need to worry about the color and where it come from. It is losing your lost time by thinking like that. I taught you from the level 6 already. So now you just sit, relax like this. You do think about it, it's there. We use in your thought. We use by our spirit. We use the brain of prehistoric man. We just receive. Like right now, the water is already available. When you are thirsty, you just put into your mouth and drink. That's all you do. Now you have now you have to think. Oh my God! Now what color? There are so many colors. Whether the yellow color or in the morning it is turning to blue color, and then where the light come from, and where it is from Himalayas, from this country or that country. You think like that. By the time you think like that, you die. Therefore, through this question, I want to share it for you. You just think it's there. Therefore, in your thought, by your spirit, it travels equal or faster than the speed of light. Listen carefully. Do not think. It is not necessary to think like on this point. We learn here. You just receive and send. It doesn't mean that you sit there and to think and wonder and research. Listen carefully. I just want to summarize for you so you understand how you can receive and send. In the case of collective healing, in the case of when you are teaching the class, let's say you are teaching in the class, the level 1, 2, or 3, all of your students sitting in front of you, you transfer energy collectively. The first day you transfer energy to them 2 or 3 times, and the second day on you transfer energy 1. Let's say you have a meeting and you go to anywhere, you have a meeting, the people in front of you, you transfer energy collectively. That is the formula of collective healing for these people. However, I want to tell you, if you want to help one person in the case of the organ had been removed, or the people with a lost part, to help them to grow, in the case of this injury, these are the people who are, let's say, handicapped, or atrophy of the muscle, or the people who are being deformed from natural birth. If you want to experiment in the case of the lost arms or legs, these are the experiment for you. You experiment to see how the result. You have to do that only one individual. You cannot put that person into the collective list. You cannot do that for the collective list. For this, you have to do it individually, whether it is the person in front of you or far away from you. Never treat this case in a collective list. The people with lost arm or leg or surgical remove organ. If you do that in a collective list, it's not effective. So, for example, that person, let's say, had removed the lung or removed the kidney or the intestine. So that one person you take out from your list. You transfer energy, beside the fact that you send energy for the light of the aura to that person each day 3 times, each day, every day, each day 3 times to the whole body of that person. Besides, you do that for the general body. Now you transfer energy to that intestine that is removed, or to the kidney or the lung had been removed. You transfer energy to that lung or that kidney 3 times, so that you are able to help. Or in the case of organ transplant, you send energy to that new transplant organ, so that you are able to apply. So now go on, next question.
Bây giờ tới phần Melbourne đấy thì
So now it's time for the question from Melbourne. So I'll read the question for you. Now this is the first question from Melbourne. Dear Master, for example, let's say a person who lost 3 teeth, we transfer energy to each of the lost tooth. And let's say on the left side and the right side, or the under that lost teeth, this is a person who lost a lot of teeth. So do we transfer energy to each, or do we treat them? And let's say in the case of crooked teeth, can we help it to grow back to be straight again? Crooked teeth. This is perhaps like a dentist. So now you listen carefully. You listen carefully. I share with you, so you have this experience. Now, let's say on the left teeth, on the right teeth, it's lost, so that this lost gum, for example, right down here, so you can experiment on each. Let's say your left teeth has 2 or 3 of them are lost. You don't transfer energy to the 3. You send directly to that gum, the gum area. That gum area, that's where the tooth are lost. Besides the fact that you transfer energy 3 times to that person 3 times, and then you transfer energy to that gum, that the lost tooth, to see how it is affect, to see if you are able to promote the growth. If it can, if on the left side it is successful, then you do it on the right side. Once you can have some success on the left side, or you can say, let's say you have the right and left side and the upper left. So each local, you transfer energy. You don't have to think of the teeth number 12 or teeth number 11. So once you transfer energy to the gum on the left side and then the gum on the right side, the upper gum, for example, with the lost tooth. Now let's say, for example, down here, this is the gum where the lost wisdom teeth. But you use the brain of prehistoric man, so you can help to promote the growth. Because this is not the tooth like you mentioned, the number 17, the number 12 is the one is bigger. That's not like how you measure. Let's say, for example, the area of where the wisdom teeth were lost. Let's say the one of the large teeth, for example. Who knows? Now, as you transfer energy, they have two smaller teeth. That is stronger than the big teeth. This is beyond the imagination of the scientists. Since this teeth has been nurtured by the light of the aura, by the energy that promote the growth of that teeth. So in the future, these teeth that will grow, they are not going to be damaged. And in term of the teeth, for those of you who are dentists, you don't know how you can calculate in terms of these teeth, because of the teeth. As you are promoting the growth, and you have it, and then you will be able to promote the growth in your teeth. You can help others. And you yourself, you can do it too. Now you are able to help yourself. You can also help others. But then for those that you help, as they know, if let's say their teeth, they have a bridge and then you help them. And sometime when an elderly people, if you want to experiment, you do that in your family first. Do not do that to the public because you don't have time. Sometimes when you mention that you are able to promote the growth, they make laugh at you, say that you are crazy. So it's best to take care of yourself, your children and grandchildren, your parents and grandparents in your home. If they listen to you, then you can help them. If they don't listen to you, don't have to do it. If they don't have any teeth, that's their own fault. If they have money, they go to dentist to have false teeth. I'm talking about the Vietnamese. And before the Vietnamese, there are many with crooked teeth. So I just want to share with you, in the case that you are able to act, to test it on yourself first, to see how they affect. I teach you, so you are able to apply. I also do the same, just like you, because in the past I didn't pay attention to this, because in my organs they had gone through the changes. In my organs inside my body had gone through the changes, and right now I have this gum right here. I don't have a teeth now. The wisdom teeth. Because I want to grow just two small teeth, just to grow not like a large teeth. So that's how I share with you. In the case that you can apply about using the light of the auras to transfer energy to the case of helping to promote the growth of the lost teeth. Now remember, you transfer energy to the vacant gum. Like for me, let's say for example, you have many of the false teeth. If you're promoting the growth, and you have to take out these false teeth. So let's say in this gum, you transfer energy. Once the teeth is growing, like for myself, I don't know. In this case, I have to go to see the dentist to take out some of the bridge or the false teeth, so that you have that vacant gum, so that it would grow. That is on the first part. Now, is there another question right now? Then had asked, now how about birth control? Second, about in the case of surgical remove the uterus, can we help? Help on that? You have to learn for 7 more days. When you have a chance, when you learn, you will be able to help them. Those of you who are doctors, those of you who are the researcher in science and medical science, perhaps you may be able to help them. When I teach you, you can apply. Then I will have directives for all of you to apply. I want to research in many aspects. That at the present time I pause on that technique right here. I just want to help you only in these 3-day seminars. You want to do so many things, and the most important part is to help the earth with the wars, with the virus, with the chemical, with all of these war about the struggle with the food, nutrients, food, water, and electricity. We have to prepare ourselves from now. Do not be too concerned about birth and a problem with the choosing the boy or the girl and birth control issues. So now I help you. Perhaps I help you. A number of you are afraid. And also for those of you, I help you. You don't have to calculate. You calculate. I tell you already. When you use the light of the aura of God, do not think. Let's say, for example, with your period, how many days? regardless any time when you have to anytime when you apply in the case of birth control, you can experiment to see in 1 month. Normally, let's say when you measure, let's say after a few days, 13 days, 14 days after the period, and then for the woman, they would know. And during the time when you have the intercourse, when you use the light of the auras, you transfer energy to the ovaries 3 times. Transfer energy to the ovaries 3 times. Then in that case, it is like a birth control. Then you would not be conceived. When you send energy 3 times to the ovaries of the woman, then it is like a birth control. Remember, you choose, let's say any day you measure the day of the cycle with the technique of the doctors that you advise. When she said that suddenly you with the cycle of the eggs, you can transfer energy, let's say, to the ovaries, then you are able to eliminate the case of these eggs. So that is in the case of the birth control. Now you transfer energy directly to the ovaries. Let's say for the 2 parts after the ovaries, you send energy to the ovaries. Then if you want the eggs to die, you transfer energy, and then that is one way for the if they want to. If in the case as you transfer energy in the way you are sending energy to kill all of the eggs, that is for the birth control for the ovaries. Whatever you try for the eggs, whatever you want to try, just transfer energy and you are able to eliminate them. So that is for you. You can experiment when you want birth control during the time of the egg cycle for the woman. From after the period, let's say after 13, 14 days, for example, then at that time, let's say you have the intercourse, you need to remember to transfer energy directly to the ovaries, 3 times the light of the auras to the ovaries. Then in that way that you are eliminating the eggs. So for the eggs, it doesn't have any problem. And let's say if there's the eggs, and during the intercourse, for sure, you are able to control, like that is in the case of birth control, you are able to eliminate in the case of the eggs. Now you are learning the brain of the Prehistoric Man. I tell you, if you want to have children with the light of the auras, you can form the children with wisdom. If you don't want to have children, you can. You are able to kill all in the case of the eggs, so that when the energy of the universe, the light of the auras, transfer energy to the egg, and usually the egg had the soul after the death of the egg. The soul will go directly to reincarnation in a very fast way. You are able to help them in both sense. The deities, let's say you don't want to have children, so that you are able to contribute to help mankind, or if you want to have children with the wisdom, because they are formed from the light of the auras of God through the womb. That is God who gives to you. These are your children, so that in the future they would follow your path, so they can help mankind. Listen carefully. This is the lesson I teach you. The effect, we are not harming anyone. One way you are able to help the soul to reincarnate, or if they have the children, these are the children with wisdom to help humanity. So now you experiment, let's say the first month, the second month, the third month, in 3 months constantly during the time, the woman with the egg cycle, and then after 3 months, you don't have to calculate using any scheme of calculation, choosing the date. All you need is, if you want to have children, you just remember transfer energy. If you don't want to have children, you can experiment in 3 months, and then you will see when both of you, the couple and the husband, you have the intercourse. The husband send the energy to the wife send the energy, the light of the auras to the husband. Both of you do that, and you experiment, and you see. I want to share with you, when you come to learn this class, if you want to have a boy or a girl, or you want to have a twin boy or twin girl, then you apply the formula I have taught you, and whether you have conceived with one baby or a twin, let's say after 6 months, and suddenly you feel that you deliver, that you can deliver. There's no problem because this baby in you, that is from the light of aura of God. These are the high spirit that would come directly to the infant, and you will see the infant once they are born. You can see their face look a lot different. I just want to say that to you first. You can rest assured. That is I want to share with you through these questions from the students in Melbourne. I just want to share with you, in the case of leprosy, when you ask about leprosy, for leprosy you transfer energy, send energy to the whole body. If you are healing one person, if you have the capacity to heal one person, besides the fact that you transfer energy to that person 3 times, and with the case of this lost, because of the fact of the virus that caused the lost arm, for example, the lost arm on the right, lost leg on the left, for example, then each of the lost arm part, you transfer energy 3 times to that, let's say the lost arm 3 times and lost leg 3 times. These are the case of leprosy. On this I help you. And in a normal case of leprosy, you transfer energy on the first day. In the list, the first day you transfer energy 3 times, and then the following days you transfer energy once, just like the other case of sickness. Now this is the case of leprosy. If the arm and leg are still intact, that is how I want to share with you. And now it is time for Torino to ask.
Vụ này là
Dạ thưa thầy, bây giờ là đến phiên bên các học viên bên Torino hỏi câu hỏi. Thưa thầy, bây giờ là ông Franco mà lo tất.
Imagination, because as he worked in the field of technical, especially when in our school of UE in the level 13 plus, recently I had in connecting to Thailand, he was the one who is responsible to connect to all the countries using the video conference. So that now today you are fortunate that you have the system. Perhaps he can control the connection with the 5 connection without any cost, without using the bridge like in the past. Each time when we organize the class in the high level, 5 connection, 4 connection, 6 connection, we need to use a bridge that can control the connection. Sometimes they have a problem with the technical, but then at that time he did not understand why. But when he learned UE and we transfer energy through the field of technical, in the case of connection from one country to another, so that we can have the video conference, so that I can teach you. Recently, he has seen the result that yesterday or the previous day I had mentioned to you. Like Franco had conducted the connection to Thailand. So now with the device that Franco used with connection to Russia, to Hungary, to Australia, now we are able to do that successfully with the less cost. In the case that we are controlling using the bridge for connection for other countries. That is one of the good things. And for all of you in the field of technical, the technician, the more you learn, the better, the more you can understand, the better. But if you recognize this and you know that you are contributing to help mankind, as Christ had mentioned, to forget yourself for others, then you never feel afraid. God, Christ, always and never deceive you. I confirm this part for you. God is always fair. From one of you, whether you learn from the lower to the higher levels in UE, if you have a sincere heart, you determine to help others, to learn, to serve others, then for sure, with everything that you wish, God will grant to protect you, to help all of us, so that we can represent God to serve others. And that is God who appoint us to represent God to help mankind. That is all of you, me, all of us. Now go on to the next question in Italy.
Maître, bonjour.
Unity is complementarity. The sun shines and the moon is discrete. Does the mountain hide the bird? Here are my questions, cut off by little sentences. Unity is complementarity. The sun shines. The moon is discrete. The dragon protects. Does the dragon protect the bird? The brains of Ayers Rock reincarnated. Has it the purest heart? The feeling of truth, is it proportionate to the purity of the heart? To feel truth, does it mean to catch or harness, or also does it mean to eliminate? The conscience, the collective consciousness, does it increase in order for the master, the spiritual master, to share their knowledge between themselves? The word, the truth, the life. Clergy, please show yourself as you are. The practice of the perfect marriage, is it a step indispensable, necessary for the human beings, at this stage of its evolution? Man, please think of your garden. A spiritual couple, is it to have found its own vibratory twin? In this case, the sexual act, is it indispensable or necessary in order to have a common creativity? Great respect for the 3 points. Thank you, Master. My God, I hope it was clear for you, because it was really original as a question.
Now, through the presentation of this student from France who go to Italy to learn, I want to share with you all of the subject are all the theory. All of the subject they are the means for us, more or less. I have taught you in the previous seminars. Therefore, today in this class, we have to erase all of the theory, the philosophies, lengthy philosophies that force us to think, force us to worry, force us to think. That is to halt the way that we can use the brain of prehistoric man. However, you remember these images so that we can apply starting from now. From the East, with Buddhism, we have a very simple phrase. From nothingness, there has everything, and from everything, it comes back to nothing. That is how it is written. We have nothing. And then we can create all of the materials, your life, your career, and then you die, and you come back to zero, nothing. That is how it is written in a very simple phrase in the Buddhist scriptures. But it's not as simple like that. But you don't understand. If you understand like that, then after you die, then you still hold on to your house. From nothingness, and you have everything. From birth, you have nothing. From the time of birth, you have nothing. And then in this life, you build your career, and then your fame. And then after death, after death, I tell you, my family member, after death, you still hang on to this thing. My family members, after death, the spirit cannot go. The spirit, when you are alive, you still have greed. And then after death, the spirit is still hang on to the land, still hold on to the land and the house. That is my family members. That is how I share with you. We need to forget about this, so that I can emphasize for you further. From nothingness, you have everything, and from everything, you have nothing. I learned from the deities, but that's not how you interpret. From nothingness, here is like the air, because in the world, we keep on thinking from nothing, meaning that you don't have anything. in nothing. That means that in the air, it can nurture everything, all life. Without the air, we all will die. However, about 12 years ago, as I taught in America, one of the scientists who had asked, "Well, Master, I'm a scientist, American scientist. I do not need the air. I can live with man-made air." I say, "Yes, you can." The Vietnamese at that time, my students at that time, they were afraid because this American scientist, who I just give him a very simple answer. I said that you have the ability in science. You can generate the air to breathe, but then your parents and your grandparents, how did you live when you were born? Now you are a scientist, but before you are a scientist, how did you live? Do you live just by the soil, under the soil, or you live just by the coal? So he left. The scientists, they think they are good, but then we use the brain of prehistoric man, just like me. Then you would be able to deal with this problem easily if you don't have any distractions through the presentation of this student. Then you know everything. The wisdom here is you are able to help others as you know them, as you are able to apply. They cannot do it, but you are able to apply it. This is something that you can learn, and this is how you use the brain of prehistoric man. I have to use it 30 years ago. It's not that now that I use. So on that, come back to the point. In the Buddhist scriptures, in the air that nurture all of the life form, that is all of us. We have everything. Our brain, yesterday, as you mentioned about the structure of the brain, it has nothing, zero. It has only a very thick layer of air, so that it can help mankind. This is the one that we can send to others so they can benefit, so that can help them with wisdom and enlightenment. Therefore, it has nothing. Listen carefully. The teaching of Buddha was very subtle and profound. I just want to share with you one portion of it, so you know. However, I understand because of the tradition, family, society, culture, like in my family, because of the fact that 100 years ago, that's all they know, so that's all they can say. They cannot explain further. Sometimes they cannot even accept. These are the elders. That is my parents, grandparents. They keep on asking why and why. This is how I know, but why and why. That's all they know. Because my grandparents now, they are so old. If my grandparents, they are so old, then my great-grandparents, hundreds of years ago, they were older. So hundreds of years ago. So through times, as we evolve, we progress faster. So that now today, in a large UE family, we are fortunate that we are able to organize a class on the brain of prehistoric man to help you when they tell you a certain story, you know, so that you are able to to help others. So through this presentation of the student, these are all the theories about the emotional, about the relationship in the families, about the love, compassion, forgiveness. They are all philosophy, theory. They cannot even apply 1%, not even 100%, 1%. However, we have to kneel down and thank people with these theories. These are the means to help us, so that now today, God has trusted us to give us the ability to use the brain of God to help mankind through the knowledge. As you know, from now to the past, you know already. You know it is right. You know it is wrong in the past. If it is right, that you help in the right way. Wrong, you help them. So it doesn't mean that you only help the right one and you don't help the wrong one. So now you have the ability. You can take the two subjects. Whether if they are right, you help them in the right way. If they are wrong, you try to help them so that they can turn from wrong to right. So you can see. We don't see the dragon, the image of the dragon. These are the imaginary animals that are made up by the Chinese. These are my great-grandparents who came from China, China to Vietnam, and he draw the image of the dragon. And in fact, here we only see the snake. I just tell you, the dragon, the image of the dragon, it is purely imagination made by the Chinese. If you understand, you thought that the dragon exists, but they do not exist. If they exist, we would see them. We see the snake, but not the dragon. because the Chinese that mentioned that it symbolized one of the most powerful, and as and it symbolized the symbol of the king, the dragon that is from China. They made up 100 Chinese, including me. 99 of them like the dragon because they like to be the king, the royal, in a royal. In Vietnam, to be the king meaning you are king of the grass, but then in the Vietnamese, king of the grass meaning that you are a crab, so you're not a king. Vietnamese, the Vietnamese word is very complex. They say that you are the king, but in fact you are the king of the crab, and then just switch the word around. It is the king of the grass, but in switching the word around, you are just a crab. So that is how we say the people out in near the ocean floor. They have so many crabs. They have so many form of crabs, and they have small crabs, big crabs. So basically, if you want to be the king, you can call yourself as king, but basically you are just a crabs. So remember, on the first day, I will share with you with everything that we learned, whether good, bad, more or less. These are the means to help you to the progress. And once you learn already, you leave it behind for others to learn. It is not for you anymore. Therefore, in the case of family, well, people say that they have promised in the past, in the past life, and then now you are being punished. These are all the means to help us to develop. Do not think that a couple of you together that you come here to learn. It means that these are the two souls that you have promised to each other in the past. Your soul and then the soul of your mate. These are the ones that are sent down by God at this time in the 20th century to prepare to go to the 21st century to help mankind. If you complete your mission, then you go on, and after I complete my mission, I go on. That's all. That is how you think like that, then you can have wisdom or enlightenment. Do not think about tradition, culture, and family. All of this are just a theory. I see it already. There are so many family. They try to keep the family tradition, but they can only keep it for one or few generation. There are so many families I know, and they may have some problem through the generations, and then they are corrupted and they cause problem in society, criminal act. So now you see that you can say that you see the previous life, or because the God and the deity, God, Christ, Buddha, do not allow you to see the previous life. So how can you see the previous life or the next life? Because God do not allow you to see it. So it is basically from your own imagination. But these are only the means to help you to develop. When you use a brain of prehistoric man, you would know whether they say whatever they claim, so that you are able to contribute in a good, positive way or a negative way. You are still able to contribute to help them. You are able to contribute so that you can help them with wisdom, and others have wisdom. It doesn't mean that you contribute so that you can boast. You can tell them that you are better than them and they are lower than you. If you think like that, you are wrong. When you use a brain of prehistoric man, you have to apply like that. And due to the fact that the tradition, culture, family, society, these are the way, the means for us to help us to learn to progress. That is how I summarize for you through this question. In the past, on this I would give a very lengthy explanation. We would lose time. So now, since we use the brain of prehistoric man to help ourselves, to help others, to help this earth, to help in the case of urgency in the near future, in the following next few months, in weeks, listen carefully. If they have problem and chaos, then you have the opportunity, because God had allowed you to use the brain of God so that you can help others. So now you need to get ready in your mind so that you are able to contribute to this question, to this presentation of the students. I want to share with you, if you are in the level 11, 12, and 13, or the level 7 special, I will share a lot longer on this point. But in this class, I just want to summarize for you, to share, so that you know how to use the brain of prehistoric man in order to contribute to help mankind. So now, as you know, I borrow your physical body as you live for many hundreds of thousands of years. You have inherited the happiness in the family life, but that is only in a material sense. Let's say between the husband and the wife, you have that cooperation to help each other, to reach wisdom on the spiritual path. You use a husband on the wife so that you always receive the light of the auras, so that you can protect your physical body in order to serve mankind. That is one of the power that is given from the higher being for us, so that you are able to use the ability from the deities. It doesn't mean that you have the husband and the wife to reach spiritual unification. For the single, they can also apply. They can constantly receive the light of the aura to send energy to others. They can still reach that stage. And in the case that I mentioned to you already about the temple, the church, all of these locations, these are the means for us to reach the truth. So now, as we reach to the higher stage, we know who is the Buddha, who is the Christ, who are the religious leaders. Only in that manner you are able to share, to contribute, to help others. That is how I want to summarize for you. On the part of the brain, in the case of sexual spiritual unification, as mentioned to you, if you don't want to have children forever, don't have children, then each day, each time when you have the sexual intercourse, you transfer energy 3 times to the case of the uterus. To have children, you send to the uterus, receive the light of the energy, light of the auras, you transfer energy once to the uterus. If you don't want to have children, you transfer energy 3 times. As you transfer energy 3 times, then as the eggs is formed, and they would die. In the case if you want to transfer energy 3 times, if you want to have children, that is how you can control the light of the aura to transfer energy. In the case of after you go through the surgery with many of the surgical techniques for birth control, you now can control using the light of the energy. You transfer energy, and you can see once you do that, you will see the effect. In the case of conceive or birth control, since now you are not able to do it, you still have concern, you still worry, you are afraid that you're not sure. In the case of birth control, you can do some, you can apply with other technique. And once you, in the case of pregnancy, you can try with other techniques and to measure the result. And after the break, after the 3-hour lecture, and after the break, I will help you so that you are able to communicate with God, with the guardian in the region that you come. I will teach you, so that a number of you, as you are able, after 3 hours, you will leave from Vietnam. You come here to learn, and with the visa, you have to return. You have to go back early, so you would lose the 3 hours of the lecture. So before you go back to go to Vietnam, I will share with you, so that you know how to be able to communicate to God, to the guardians, the spirit who are responsible to this location as you come there, so you will be safe on your trip, on your journey. Next question.
Dear Master, first of all, I would like to thank you. I'm listening French and speaking English, so now. First of all, I would like to thank you that you made it possible for me and my husband to come to this seminar. And I would like to thank Paula and Vani for the organization, and to all the translators for the huge work. I have 3 questions, and now they are hanging in the space, and they are sending out radioactivity. And that the biggest part of this satellites hanging in the space is 900 kilometers long. Can we work on this? Is it true? Do you have a technique for us? My second question is about the antenna. Do we have a new technique to use the antenna if there is a blackout, electrical blackout? And my third question, it's from our friends from Aruba. It's about faith. They want to know if faith is a conscious choice, conscious personal choice we have? Or is faith in general there? Is faith there for everybody? Or do we choose it consciously? Much. All my love.
Now let me share with you. I'm not in the field of science. However, only when you learn the level 7 special, you have sufficient capacity to fix the satellite out in space with the condition whether if they request you to help them or they believe in you or not. No, they do not know who you are, who we are. We are just normal people. We are not in a scientific community. For sure, nobody would ask us. But then, in the near future, the scientists, these are all of you in the field of science. Or if you're in or out the scientific community as they request, you come to help, and there's no problem. Let's say, for example, let's say this is one of the satellites that are in outer space. Let's say they have 6 of the power source. This 6 power source that you are able to communicate with a satellite or control the satellite. Let's say one of the 6 power source had been damaged. So they have to use another satellite to send another satellite to fix this one. So now, in that case, if they are unable to control the satellite, one way is to destroy the satellite or to send it outside or to send another spacecraft shuttle to bring it down to Earth. So who can believe that we can fix it? If in the future, who believe in us, then we are able to use it. But right now they don't believe in you. Are you in the scientific community? So this is the secret of these people who work with the satellite. If anyone who believe in you, you can send email to me. I would help you so you can fix. Now I do not show you a technique. For all of us, if you are in a field of science, you have many opportunity to learn, to apply. It doesn't mean that we learn and we go back home and then that's it. But whether you learn further, so you have more ability to contribute to help the humankind, perhaps you need to learn a little further. I am preparing after this class, and you stop, and I continue to learn because the main brain that I got sent to me, I sent to you. So you and me, we are a very tight link, 24 hours. You are too busy. I myself, with my busy, with my ability, I can learn very fast. I learn very fast, so that due to the demand, with all of the deadlocks, with everything that in your brain, it is needed, I can help you right away, in my thought. By the message, I will answer, give you my opinion, so that you are able to apply to see the result. When you start to use the brain of prehistoric man, starting from the 19th of April and beyond, so listen carefully. I'm not in the field of science, space science, or physics. But I know ahead of time this event will happen. I prepare for you starting from the year 2003. The case of the satellite that may cause damage, that can radiate any other substance. I do not know. I'm not a scientist. I do not need to know these facts. But I had sent to you through messages in the past. Listen carefully. Each time when I send a message, as I receive, I send out a very short message. But through the message, it contains many of the secrets. But you think, oh, this is a very simple message. But that's not as simple as you think. You read from a normal, when you receive my message and you think in a normal human way, that is so simple. There's nothing in that message. But then in the future, and from now to the future, with the message I send to you, you transfer energy using the light of the aura. If you read by the energy, by the aura, then you would know the meaning of the message I send to you. In the near future, with the email on the website, in your thought, when I present to you in 5 minutes, 3 minutes, in that 3 or 5 minutes, you are able to receive already. And once you receive the light of the auras into your head 3 times, then you would know the message I sent to you to decipher. It is not as simple as you read. So now I just want to share with you one of the part of the message that I sent to you. Perhaps I share you this part, you may know, you may recognize it. I mentioned that a strange object from outer space that may come to Earth, that on Earth we've been threatened. These are from the message that I sent to you. And there are many powerful viruses from out of the earth, from outer space that would be into the earth. That would cause a very powerful virus that we don't have enough vaccine, and that this too is enough to annihilate the humankind. I prepared for you already. Once I received the message from the deities in the New Year, the Chinese New Year, that was in February, I sent to all of you already. And I myself, I received the message. I pray to God, and that's why I can send the directive to organize a class about the brain of prehistoric man in order to have the sufficient capacity to help the world and to help the people on earth to halt the problem of total annihilation. That's all I can share with you. Perhaps many of the phrases that I mentioned to you, it is very profound. If you think about it, then you would know why and why. And based on the question that you present, that these are the scientists. I'm not a scientist. I just received a message I sent to you. You are my student. I just advise for you. You need to remember to receive the energy as you receive the message from me. You use the energy to try to decipher. I mentioned to you already. You are still rush. Now the document. Once it happened, you, me, all of us, we die. Let's say when it happened with the antenna, people just by curiosity, they come to you, you would die. So now you just use the brain of prehistoric man to help with your country. Let's say in your country, if there is a power loss for 7 days straight, then you can use. At a time when you are able to, each day you transfer energy to your country to see if there is a power loss. Let's say only the power loss for 7 days straight. In the winter you can apply. So once they're all dying, you are able to help them, to save them. I just advise for you. With everything that you have been waiting for, now it comes. With all of the necessary things, how come you don't do it? Now your country with the disasters, even with you have electricity, the people would die in the morning after you wake up. 90% of the population will be die. Even if you have electricity, with electricity, can you help 90% of the people? Are you able to help them? With the thing that is necessary, I advise for you. So you need to concentrate, and you keep on concentrating on something. It is not as important. I teach you about the brain of prehistoric man, so that we are able to deal with the current problem that we face. For that, for you, in the first on the first day with the 45-minute speech I mentioned to you, I mentioned about 3 months, 2 months, 1 month, and a few weeks. All these forms that I mentioned to you, these are the means, the highest means for us to apply, so that they are to help you to with wisdom, to help the people to overcome all of the suffering. I don't want to say how it is, but I know the situation from outer space, it would come. We don't know what country it would come. All of the powerful, the energy with the power interference, it would cause power loss for 7 days. Only in 7 days you would die. Do not think about the case of power loss, whether you can regenerate the power. Now with electricity, before it is before the blackout, people would die. But when you still have electricity, the people will live. So this is the most important part that we need to focus on. I have taught you for the past 14 years with everything that is needed, then we focus to do. The brain of prehistoric man, it has to divide it into many levels. This is in many priorities. This one you need to do first, and this one to do next. I want to erase, so what is needed that you need to focus on in the future. At the present time, the past, you leave it behind. The most important part that you need to, that you would say you focus, and so you can do it. And something that is still abstract, still in the future, like this, future like that. Don't have to worry about the future. At the present time, at this moment, tomorrow, this hour, and the next day, this hour, next week. That is how I share with you. Do not think that you learn and you wait for 40 years to be able to apply. It's not so. That is how I present like that. So you try the best to listen before the end of the class about the brain of prehistoric man with my lecture. advice for you. You need to listen using the brain of Pacific Man. Do not listen by using your own brain. Because if you use your own brain, you start thinking, how come the master said like this? What is the future? Do not think about the future. This is the next day. After this class, tomorrow. The future might be 10 years, 100 years, but tomorrow, next day, next week. That is the 3 parts that you need to concentrate on. That is how you can apply. So now, as I explained for you, there's so many people, I tell you the truth. God had taught me. I left Vietnam. God allowed me to know. On this, I want to share with you. I was fortunate for the first time when I meditated. I received the message from the deities. And God taught me, revealed to me about the previous life. In the past, I believed. I stay awake all day. For the whole week, I constantly receive. By the 8th day, I don't believe. Because it is all beyond my imagination. Because I'm without a lack of education, and I'm poor. And God mentioned to me at that time with the vision that in the future, you know how long I wait? 13 years later. God revealed that in the future I would travel to preach, to spread the teaching of Buddha. Because why? Because at that time I only know Buddha in my family. I only see my grandma praying to Buddha. I just follow whatever she does. My grandma at that time, I was so young, I don't know anything about the ritual of the temple. I just see that they go in and they kneel down and then they bow for 108 times. I don't know why. But these are my grandmother, they're so used to it. I thought they just go in and then bow down for only 3-4 times, but they do it for 108 times. I myself, I can do it only for 40 times. But I just share with you about my life. I traveled to spread the teaching of Buddha. God revealed to me from that vision, I would be able to do that worldwide. But if God would say that I would go to spread Buddhism in Vietnam, I might believe. But mentioned that I would do it worldwide. At that time in Vietnam, we still at the war. For me, it was so difficult. So I can never imagine, believe in it. With everything that the deities taught me, I received, and 95% had come true, so now 5% is still left. Then that is the part that I teach you now. I cannot imagine that the key to open the door of the universe, of the key of the world, that I complete. So now you, me, we are applying, we do it. It doesn't mean that only me or 1,500 of you. There are many thousand, 100,000, millions and billions of students in the future to be just like you. Therefore, until when I was able to leave Vietnam, I increased my faith up to 70%. The data is 100%. But I sat at home. The people from the government in Vietnam came to ask me to go abroad. I felt just like I dropped down from heaven. My mother, my family, my brother, my friends, they said that I have money. I went to the centers to do. They thought that I lied, but they were right. They thought that I lied because I have nothing. I do not have any career, fame. I'm low in education, no social standard. And suddenly, that I have the paper from the government to send me to go out to America. They thought that I don't have any family members. I have no one, nobody. Meaning that I'm trying to deceive them, because in Vietnam, people deceiving each other. They have a fake name. Also, in my family members, they have a fake name. They said that I don't have any visa. I don't have any paper. They said that I don't have money. They thought that I'm poor and that I'm trying to deceive them. I cannot say it to anyone. But in fact, I have the visa, but I cannot say it to anyone because my family members. I went in into the center to. This is the government official. They thought that I just go in there to go shopping to deceive them. This is I want to share with you. I want to share with you about my story, about my life as you asked. And I slowly work. And you know what happened? That is how it is in my life. I tell you the truth. Perhaps in the world there's only me. I have no family members, no one. I do not know who. I tell you the truth. I do not know who. I have a letter from the UN to send to the government of Vietnam, and that's why they invited me to come to the officials, to the government. Who is my sponsor? I do not know who is my sponsor. I asked who is my sponsor. I do not know who. I asked them because the official letter from the UN, they cannot ask. So they asked me, you know who I am? They thought that I used to work for somebody, maybe working for the intelligence. I don't know if they can translate it. I'm working in the intelligence. But in fact, I didn't do anything. So for that reason, supposedly I would believe 100%, but I could not believe 100% yet. All this case that I share with you, they all happen to come true as the deities revealed to me about 30 years ago, including the changes in my body. Also, they revealed to me ahead a long time ago. That is how I share with you about my life. So in the case of your faith, for those who will have faith more than me 100%, you just have faith and pray. You pray to God and pray to God, and you say you believe. You may believe. You may have 100% belief. But what is your purpose to believe? You say that you believe in God, and you sit there, and your parents and grandparents, they are all poor. They just sit there and just pray and pray and pray. And then suppose that you just pray, and your grandparent die, and then your father, your mother, your sister, everyone die. And then by the time you look back and forth, you just think that you have four, and then you have two, and then so now you have no one because everyone died. You just sit there and pray. Everyone pray. They are so poor, they need food, but you sit there and you pray. But you keep on sitting there and pray. You don't do anything. Supposedly you go out to work a few jobs and you can send money to feed them, but you don't do that. You can keep on praying, pray God. But suddenly you see all of your family members die, and even they don't have enough money to buy the coffin. But by the time now you say, suppose that you don't want to pray anymore, but you need to be practical. We don't have to follow the abstract way because they have gone through already. I want you to do it in a practical way. You believe it is to keep in yourself. You don't need to prove to others that you have faith, and they think that you have prayer, and you look, perhaps this person who is fasting and is a high spiritually. I know my family members, I tell you, especially the elderly, the ladies. In whole month, they only fast for only 4 days. On the 30th, only 4 days, they choose a 4 day in the lunar calendar to fast. That is a Buddhist tradition. Today they fast. In the morning they fast and they look happy. In the afternoon, you know what? There's two cases I want to remind you. In my family, in my village, very poor. My family, they were poor. So fasting, they don't have money to really fast. They have vegetarian diet, but then they want to see the television. After buying a nice pair of the elderly, nice pair of shoes, and go to the theater. They have to put the shoes outside, and then after she walked out and then she looked at the shoes was stolen, she was cursing to everyone, and she said that supposedly today I'm fasting, just because I'm fasting today. If I'm not fasting today, then I would look for you those kids that stole her shoes. And she said that supposedly today I'm fasting. So that's why today I'm calmer. If I'm not fasting, or today is not a fasting day, then I would be able to find you and hit you. So that's how I share with you, so that you are able to learn from this experience, so you can share. When you use the brain of prehistoric man, you need to love these people, because you don't have wisdom. Just like for us and you, we don't have that wisdom. Once you have that wisdom, with all these things that happen, you can contribute to share with them, to give your opinion. In that way, you have peace. For that reason, that we don't have the wisdom, when we see your family members like this being abused, and you yourself, you try to retaliate, and in that way, you are at loss. So from that perspective, if you know how to use the brain of prehistoric man, all these situations that happen, you do it in a calm and peaceful way. Only in that manner, then you are properly using the brain of prehistoric man. Do not mean that you use the brain of prehistoric man that you can sit high and always going first. and then you see people who are bad, and then you try to kill them. People who are good, and you try to lower them. So with my lecture, it is still limited. I hope that after this class, I had promised to you, because God had given to me this responsibility to use the brain of Pacific Man to share with all of you, with all the problem, with all the questions in your thought. I would meet the demand to help you. That is how I want to share with you. In the case that we have faith, and now through our faith, we are able to reach the higher state of wisdom, so that we are able to use the brain of Pacific Man that God allows us in order to contribute to help mankind. So that's why, starting from tomorrow, with your personal things, you'll see changes. And you would know in your mind. I just want to review that ahead for you, so you can rest assured to serve humanity as the instrument of God. That is the instrument of God. That is how I share with you in the case of my life, and also through this question that you ask about faith. And now you listen. So now we have about 1 hour. So now you listen carefully. Some people before they have to leave. When you wish to communicate to the deities, you wait for 5 minutes. And before that 5 minutes, then what is your purpose? What do you want when you try to receive the energy, the light of the aura? You ask God, I want this, I want to help this, I want to help that. So you perhaps you may be able to hear either one way or two ways that God will reveal an answer for you, one or two of the things that you ask. Anywhere that you travel, whether you are traveling by land or by sea or by air, and in my country they mentioned about the soul of the guardian in this region. Anywhere you happen to travel to, when you go there, you receive the light of the auras of God 3 times to your head, and then you request this guardian to give you opinion to help you, whether you can stay there or not, to give you opinion to see whatever the problem that you may encounter here, so that you are able to avoid from this problem. So this guardian, the soul of this guardian, will reveal to you. First, if you try to migrate to an area, if you want to go there to start a business, for example, or you want to know if there are anything that may be dangerous for you. Let's say if you want to go to a river, you want to go to the mountain to research, for example, all of these situations, you receive the light of the auras 3 times to your brain, and you ask this guardian, the soul of this guardian, to give you opinion, and then they will give you their own opinion. On this, it is very fast. In the past, until now, you could not, but now with the brain of Pacific Man, starting from tomorrow, you can apply. And when you reach like that, you can go to any location. Let's say you go to the mountain, for example. Before you go up to the mountain, you can stop. And you want to go up to the real high mountain. You receive the light of the aura of God into your brain 3 times. Then you request the guardian in that mountain to help you. If you go to the mountain, if you have a problem, if you see there a problem, you stop. If, let's say, they allow you to go up only 1/3 of the way, then you go 1/3 of the way. This is the best. Do not try to go beyond it. It doesn't mean that we use the brain of Pacific Man, then we have everything. Because we ask this guardian to reveal, to show you the road, and unintentionally, if you don't listen to them, and you still attempt to try to do it with our own will, then for sure you will have problem. And when you have problem, no one can help you. So you remember for that point, you care carefully, so you are able to contribute to help yourself and others. In summary, if you believe in this guardian, then you need to read. If you believe in them, then you need to listen to them. That is how I share with you with my experience, so that you know, you understand, so you can contribute to help others. So now it is. Now you can rest now for the Vietnamese people who have to leave early. Now go on, next question.
Kính thưa thầy, đây là một lớp.
Dear Master, this is the most special class in years. You have taught us to overcome our problem. The first, that is the ego. You have to read slowly. This is a special class in history of humankind. For the past 14 years, you have taught us to overcome each of our trials. The first trial is our ego, which is to overcome our own ego to bring the love to others without discrimination of rich, poor, race. The second trial, you help us to overcome the earth. And then slowly we can go over the solar system and to bring love to all of the living creatures, to overcome time and space. The third trial, you are helping us to go over the universe so that we can reach that unity with God. These three trials, that is the three circles, heaven, man, and earth, so that we can reach that unity with the universe. You have liberate us from these three circles, from all of the circle of problems in this universe. And now, our mission is together with you. We have to help others to liberate them, just like all of the living creatures that God had created. For us, we feel that we are just like an insect. We are going through the transformation that you have transformed us to help us to use appropriately the brain of prehistoric man. That is one of the subtle products of God. At the time when the humankind was still at a deadlock, with violence increased, the human values have been threatened all over the world. The teaching of UE, in reality, this is the means to save, the instrument of God, so that we can rebuild a new society, a new world, so that all the people would have true peace and happiness. Dear Master, I have two questions. I wish for you to answer first. Is the Spirit of God, is the light of the aura that cover the universe, and the body of God is that energy of the universe, infinite energy. From this universal energy, then it transforms to all of the living creatures. And that is the first part of the question. The second part, can you show us how to heal the children with mental handicap? We have many children with mental handicap. These are the children from birth. They have mental handicap, just like Down syndrome or problem with intelligence. And also, I would like to thank Teresa and all of the translators, and especially Dr. Vani, as well as all of the staff that help all of us so that we have this special seminar. I would like to thank all of you. Through this question, I want to share with you, I had promised to you, even though yesterday, the Center from Romania, if I tell you about my story that God has sent me down here, the Center from Romania may think that I would not be able to see you if I reveal to you. I do not want, I cannot control this, you cannot control this, because my mission, for all of us, we have a lot of responsibilities. In the case that somebody who take me away, or in the case that my death, it is not as difficult, because we have a lot of responsibility with a lot of suffering in the world. So it is not easy for us to die. So listen carefully. So through this presentation of this student, I want to share with you like this. As God had decided our fate, our destiny, these are the spirits that God has sent down. How come we have this ability to use the light of the auras? That is from God. That is God with the presence on earth. Me, you, all of us. So for that reason, for the past in the past 30 years, God had taught me the human can help the human. Beyond the human, no one can help the human. And these are the human that God had given the responsibility to represent God. It is not just one person, not just one man, me, you, 1,500 of us. Eventually, many countries, slowly they will be, eventually they will all be just like us. It's not just that the 1,500 and that's all. God had created this universe, and from this, He created all of the living creatures, like on this earth that you have seen. He had gone through 3 levels to reach the light of the aura of God. So with everything that we have learned through, now it is God who gave you this invaluable gift, this infinite capacity, so that you are able to help the humankind to reach the real state of wisdom and enlightenment. That I had spent the time and effort for almost 15 years to teach all over the world until now today. At this moment, for the past 3 days, you, me, all of us, we are very fortunate. But now, I would reveal to you my secret. About 30 years ago, recently, I had mentioned to you about my life, about my family, about my body, in a material way, and on my journey to learn on a spiritual path. But there's one point I have never revealed, so now I reveal to you. In the 21st century, anyone on this earth, regardless of any person, if they want to do anything to be successful, then I can help them to be successful. Listen carefully. My point here is, if for you in the UE school, I want to share with you, I'm just like a judge. I'm just like a judge. All of the people who want to graduate, you come and I will see through. Therefore, in the lower levels, in the past, I had mentioned to you about the Long Hoa meeting. I am fortunate to choose the people to come to the Long Hoa meeting. Not just choosing one person or one country on one continent, but to choose the whole world. Everyone. It is so difficult. However, when I stand to organize and God allowed me to teach you about the brain of prehistoric man, the time at the latest would be 2009. How come for you, as I teach you, you are able to help the wandering soul, so many of them, to be able to return back to God. So now, you are not, nobody would know, you are not out in the world, yet nobody know who I am, but I share with you all of the spirit that God sent down. We have the responsibility to share, to help the humankind. We are the pioneer who go first. You, me, we are the one who go first. In a very simple term in the human world, you are just thinking that I am a manager taking care of all of you. The more you work, then the more you can contribute, because this is the work that God has given to you. That's why you have the ability to use the brain of prehistoric man. Therefore, starting from tomorrow, you use the brain of prehistoric man, you see all the changes in the environment. And in this class, even though directly with you, you will learn directly with 250 of you who are here in person, and 1,300 of you in many countries. Indirectly, you see through me, through the video phone, to the translators. Eventually, everything will change. Change that with the effect for the earth, the effect on many continents, many countries. And for those who contribute, there are no strangers. You, me, that is you, me, all of us. I give you one example. In this class, we have 3 categories: the normal people, the people in science, and people in medical fields. So for those of you who are in the medical field, you may be the top in your medical field. If you are in the field of science, you may be the top in the field of science. If you are the ordinary people, you would be the top among the ordinary people. In any categories, any level, you are able to contribute within your capacity. It doesn't mean that in the past that sometimes you heal and you can be successful, and sometimes you cannot. But just from now to the end of April, a number of you who are healing the severe case of sickness, a number of you who are handicapped, you can walk, a number of you with the change inside of your body, all these changes, these are the way that we can transform a new people. Through this question from these students from Vietnam, I just want to contribute to help to share to the people in Vietnam. To this question, I understand. I remember that the people in Vietnam, we were under war for many time with a lot of chemicals that damage the land, with a lot of chemicals that cause a lot of sickness. In the case of Agent Orange, that I have seen the case of the children with the mental handicap. So now you listen carefully. All of this case in the country, in the land, in Vietnam, when you go back to our homeland, whether the government allowed or they do not allow, you just remember the locations for the children with the handicap, when they all come together to that place. If you can do that indirectly or in person, you can transfer energy 3 times and receive energy from the auras and send energy directly. If you do it in person, it's good. If you do it remotely, you can do the same. If you are in person there, if you know these children that you come to visit them in a center, let's say for this the man who mentioned in Hue, there are a center with all the children who are handicapped. You can go there. You transfer energy directly to them 3 times. So in the case, let's say for example, the problem with the bone, they are unable to walk, all of the case of handicap. If you want to help them to promote, let's say for the legs or the arm, they are unable to walk. For example, you can transfer energy 3 times to the legs. This is the way you are able to help these children who are handicapped. Or in the case they are their health by being affected by the chemicals. So now you are able to help the children in the homeland. You can do that in your country. But in my own country, during the war, there are many children that are affected, as I know. So that is one of the case for those of you in Vietnam. But in other countries, in Europe, in America, in Eastern Europe, due to the case of the war, you don't have that case of war with the kind of the sickness. In the case of a handicap, you do not have this because you don't have these chemicals that are in the land like in the case of Vietnam. But I just want to share with you, not just like in my country, if you know anyone who are handicapped, from birth they have a handicap, then beside the fact that each day you transfer energy in general to that body of that person 3 times, then beside the fact that you do it for the general body, any organ, let's say for example the atrophy of the legs or causing aches and pain of the arms or legs, so any of this you transfer energy directly to this afflicted area 3 times the light of the auras to that patient, so you are able to help that patient. When I give you that formula each day, you transfer energy to one person 3 times the light of the auras, you are able to help that person to recover faster. In the case of diseased children with the handicap from childbirth, due to the fact that the influence of the chemicals, or in the case of cancers, or in the case of handicap, they're unable to walk, all these cases, from now to the end of April. In May, there are so many things that you can contribute, and you will see the changes, a lot of changes to the new people. We can prove that there are changes in the new people. At that time, you don't have to tell people to come to learn or not. You don't need to request them to come to learn UE to have chakra open. You don't have to do that. But then, when you can do certain things with the change of the people, eventually, not just in one country, eventually we do not need to know about the satellite, to have the bridge to go from one country to another. I can sit right here in one, perhaps 100 countries through the satellite system to have all the people around the world to have the ability to protect their health. At that time, the centers, you don't have to worry. I don't have to worry anymore. I wish for that day to come so I can really help mankind with everything that we are facing, the difficulties for the past several years until now with the means. So now, once you can use the brain of prehistoric man, that is the means, one of the invaluable gift that all of the countries in the world will contribute, so that they can help their own people, their own country, and the whole world. So for that reason, when I tell you about my secret, you would not be able to see me. It doesn't mean that I die. Don't worry, that I will not die. It is. I just hear about that. I thought that my Teresa think that I die. I said it's not easy for me to die. I think that I cannot die. I have a lot of debt to the world. So I have a lot of debt. I only just pay the debt to only 1,500, not even 1,600 of you. So how can I die? It's not easy for me to die. If you cannot die, then how can I die? Well, for sure, even if I want to die, it's not so easy for me to die. If you jump down the bridge, for sure you can swim. You won't die of drowning. Since you jump down the river, suddenly you know how to swim. So don't worry, you won't die. I just share with you. It doesn't mean that I like to live and do not want to die. But in reality, in my life, that is the first time I came down to earth, and then I will be the last one. I'm sorry, I tell you, I represent God. And God sent me down here on earth in Ice Rock. That's me. And now I return back to Ice Rocks. And then I regain, I tell you everything that I had. I show you. This is the I created. So now I tell you, it is so easy for me. Just like you learn and you know it, so you apply it so easy. 30 years ago, God sent me the message in the physical body of the person in Asia. The human can help the human. Beside the human, no one can help the human. That is the human that God had allowed, had given the authority. In the future, we will not use the terminology God, but we use the term the human can help the human. These are the human that God authorized. You, me, all of us. I had confirmed that with you already. In the future, it is not that's one Master Lưu Dang. Right now, one Master Lưu Dang. And now we are preparing to have 1,500 who are the Master Lưu Dang. And slowly, as you are using the brain of prehistoric man, you are me, I am you. Buddha was not wrong, and God never deceived us. Buddha had taught in the East, and in many lifetimes, Buddha was down here on earth. And Buddha also represented to the human world. Buddha had preached to the human world that he was the Buddha, and you shall be the Buddha. And for us, as we become the Buddha, that means that God allowed us. Now, we don't want to say that we are the Buddha, because this is a terminology. We do not need to use this. We cannot dare to claim like this. We do not dare to say that we are the high being. God do not allow us to say like this. But we are able to use the term, the human can help the human. But this is the human that God sent down. That human that has been accepted by God, who authorized to use. Therefore, that human can help the humans. That is you, me, we are all the human, that we can help the human. That is the phrase that I learned 30 years ago, from the first time when I started to learn on the spirituality. So the terminology from the past until now, we still respect God, Christ, Buddha, the saints, all of these guardians, all of that, we still respect them. Everything that in the generation of the world, they respect them, we still respect all of these who are responsible to this earth in many cycles, in many times, including this period of time. But for us, the human that God had allowed us to help mankind, then we can apply. However, I just want to share with you clearly one point. Even though the ability that God have, even though God had allowed us to use the brain of prehistoric man, and this is the brain of God, but especially God me, we have a special case that I give you all the freedom of choice. If you want to use, if you don't want to use it, it is up to you. If you want to help people, if you don't want to help people, it is up to you. It doesn't mean that you come here to learn and I force you to do it. No. From now, I give it to you. Because before we end the class, your decision is up to you. Whether you want to do it or you quit, it is up to you. You have all the freedom of choice. I do not want to force you. After this class, that you have to do this, and you have to do that, that you do this, do that. No, 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 no. If you want to do it, it is up to you. If you want, you need me, any country, any time, in the morning as well as night, by thought, by the message you send to me, I will answer to you. I will answer to you very fast. You listen on this. That is about my life. I share with you about my life and my career. In the book, you would see more details. A poor person, low education, that I only have that ability that God revealed. That is about my life. That is in the book of UE that has been published. On the case of development on the spirituality, I have taught you for the past 14 years about my life, my journey, and the way that I had to share with you. So now do not think that I am this or I'm this being or that being. I'm not. Because I have learned a very valuable lesson. The human in the human flesh here, right here, whoever who claim they are good or holy, I just want to test them. You say that you are holy, you are good, you are this being or that being. I tell you, I'm sorry. Some of them they say that they are the Buddha, the living Buddha or the living saint. I say that you are the living Buddha and living saint. I let you drink water. You can drink in half an hour, and then do not go to the toilet. If you are able to neutralize all of the water that you take into your body, then you are the God, not just the being. But none of them can do it. They claim that they are the living Buddha. They claim, and when they hurt on their arm, that they ask me to heal, and I have opened chakra for them, and they say that they are the living Buddha. Therefore, in the case of the names, for them, whatever they call themselves, I don't have any comments. But for myself, I learned through, I know. Oh, the human, we are still restricted by food and nutrients in the material world. And with only just a change of the weather, the rain, sunny, cold, hot, and food, they control our body. We are dependent on this environment. Then how can we become any beings? We cannot even become any being, just to become the human. But this is the human, to help the human. This is the human that has been authorized by God. You, me, all of us. You have been authorized by God. Not just 1,500 of us. Do not think that it's only 1,500 of us. Millions of people around the world, students around the world, from the level 3 with a chakra open 100%. All of them, they are the instrument of God. The instrument of God to help so many billions of people who are sick. And we are helping countless number of the wandering soul to return back to God. That is I want to share with you, so you can rest assured. There's nothing for you to be afraid that you may be a part of far away from me. Just like through the television here 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when I teach, I said that in the future it is not easy for you to see me. Nobody believed me. I said that in the future you will see me on television to learn. They didn't believe me. They said that in Vietnam, I just came from Vietnam. I'm just come from Vietnam. I'm lying to them and then talking nonsense. But I tell you one more thing. At that time, you are in the field of science and medical doctors. At that time, many of you who are merchant or business, I mentioned that in the future, now you are in the level 3. I say that in the future you will be teaching doctors and scientists. You go out, you talk to each other, you say that I'm crazy, the master is crazy, he's talking nonsense. Because at that time, for sure, you are just a normal person, a layman, and then you are not even a doctor, a scientist. And I mentioned that in the future, the doctors, the physicists, if they want to learn to teach the level 1 and 2, I don't have the free time. You would be the one who teach them. And they said that I'm crazy. You talk, you comment among yourself, you say that I'm crazy. But then 4 or 5 years later, when I stopped to teach a higher level, they are able to teach, and they said that I was right. And it is them, they come to confess to me. And then slowly they go to level 6, level 7. They mention, Master, in the past, I keep on saying that you are crazy. But now I see that you are right, Master. And now I see that you are everything you say true. In the past, we thought that you are crazy. You just came from Vietnam. You are talking nonsense. That's how they thought of me. This is one of the story I want to share with you. So now everything has been clear for you. In reality, for you, me, we are just one. Listen carefully. That is my life. As I share with you my life, you, me, we're one. I'm just like your older brother. I'm just older than you, just 1 year. Not just like 2 years. 1 year that I am older than you, that I teach you. That's how I can teach you. Let's say you are 80 and I'm just 81. If you are 90 years and I'm 91. If you are 104 and I'm 105 years. So and then I'm just 1 year older than you. So you are not that old. I'm not that old. If you listen to this point carefully, I'm just 1 year older than you, so that I can guide you, so that you, me, we all can contribute to help mankind. It doesn't mean that I'm your parents or this being or that being. No, I'm not. In the spiritual sense, we are all brothers. In outside, we say each other as friends. We can say to each other as we are friends or comrade. That's how we address each other. So now, as I share with you, that is the secret. That before the end of this class about the brain of peaceable man, I want to share with you my secret, with my mission. It doesn't mean that I say like this. I do not need people to boast. Whoever need me, come to me and I help. Listen carefully. Anywhere, if they need me, they come to me. I do not come to them. So for that reason, it doesn't mean that I go into hiding. But a lot of people, if they want to see me, they have to come to see me to seek help. It is not easy for them to kidnap me, I tell you. If they try to kidnap me, if other countries they want to kidnap me, then it doesn't mean that God create all of you, me, and you, and then they can take us just for themselves. If they use it for the common benefit. On this, I also received a message from the deities 30 years ago. I also want to share with you one more phrase, so this to share with you the good news in the future, starting from tomorrow. That is my future from tomorrow. Everything that the people request you to do, you do it. They thought that you are doing it for them. They thought that I am doing it for them, to serve them. But it is not so. When we serve them, they thought that they are controlling you. But in fact, that they are following you, that they don't know about it. You just continue on your journey and do it, and you will see. That is how I answer for you. They say that they can keep you and they tell you to do things according to what they plan. They thought they are controlling you, but in reality, it is you who are controlling them, that they are not aware of it. They are serving you, they don't do it, they don't know it. Because of the fact that they are doing for you, they are working for God. So they don't know about it. So you don't be afraid of any situation. On this phrase, it is very profound, very deep. As I reveal to you, so you can just feel calm and do it. When you do not think that they can abuse you and they take advantage of you, they are in fact your instrument. They are your instrument. It's not that you are the instrument. That is a lesson. This is a very valuable lesson. For the first time I learned 30 years ago, I share with you. That is everything, all of the secrets about my life on the physical and spiritual sense that I share with you, so that you have the opportunity, more or less. We'll have only half an hour, 20 more minutes. And then the later part after the break, I just summarize with all of your questions that you're not clear. So some of the students from Vietnam, when you come to Australia to learn and you have to leave, so now it is complete for you. And after the break, just a question, anything that not clear for you, anything they need to repeat, you ask and I repeat. So this student can go on the aircraft and then you feel at peace and you go back to Vietnam. So now, I let you ask question. Now you can continue on with the question. Meditation, all of this form, all you need to just give yourself 3 seconds. from 3 to 5 seconds. Receive the light of the auras of God. Send to your head 1 time. Receive, send 1, 2, 3 times. It will erase all of your stress or distractions. And each time when it happens, you do it, and it will erase. If you wish to do it. If not, you receive the light of the auras of God and you send to point A, point B, point C. And if you do like that, then it will help you to maintain your health, and they can benefit from the energy that you send to these areas. So these are the 2 cases that you can apply. You can do either one. When you have the time, you can send energy to all the location. That is to avoid from distraction. So you can just reserve for yourself from 2 to 5 seconds, receive into your brain the light of the auras 3 times. And then everything will be calm for you first. And then before the end of this class, I also request that all of you in Budapest, in Russia, and in Italy, listen carefully. All of you who have the translators from other country who came to your country. Let's say, for example, I see that in the audience in Italy, in Vani, I see a number of the translators from Hungary, from Bulgaria. In summary, all of the translators who are in this class, but as with the means that you come there, Vani can help you with the money as you are traveling to come to translate, even though you are the translator. So Vani would cover the expense for you for the travel. For the people in Russia, and nobody would come from Hungary, from Budapest, you come. For people, if in Budapest, they have some of the translator from Romania or from Bulgaria to come to translate. The money that you have, you help the air tickets for these translators. So now that is for you to cover the travel expense for these translators. And next, through the presentation of Ilona, I was fortunate a few years back. I had a chance to go to Budapest, and Ilona also took care of me at that time when I came there to teach level 5. I know the tradition and the scenery in Bulgaria and in Budapest, and that is one of the civilizations that a high degree of spirituality. I hope that with their development of spirituality from now to the future, they are able to develop further in order to help in Budapest and in Hungary. Perhaps you will be able to help other countries, the neighboring countries. I cannot promise yet, however, in the year 2005, we would solve many problems, and I would be able to travel here and there a lot. I would be able to travel to some of the near country, and I will be able to come to visit your country. The country that I come, usually the country with a lot of EV students. So everything would change in the year 2005. That is the opportunity that I would be able to come to visit. Those of you depending on your fate or destiny, I've come to visit your country, and for sure, you have a chance to see me in person. You have many chances to see me in person. Next question.
Bye. Alo Minh Hiệp.
Dạ.
Bây giờ thôi.
So now, for the student, we stop right now. Let the master want to say a few words. So now, so Minh Hiệp announced to all of the students in Italy, in Hungary, and in Russia. Now, okay, instead of meditate with me, I receive the energy of the auras. I'll send energy to you, so that you can ask later. So now it is for all of you, for 1,500 of you, all of you here. The reason I transfer energy first for you, I want to help the student from Vietnam to go to Australia. So right after the energy transfer,
Master now.
8 people have to leave to the airport to go back to Vietnam. So all of you who are here, you can receive the energy. All of you can receive energy. So instead of transfer energy, you receive a very powerful energy. Why? So perhaps I can heal you, or may be able to help you to recover faster with your sickness, so that you are able to use the beneficiary man better. So all of you get ready. I will transfer energy for you. Whether I can transfer energy long or short, whenever it's done, then I'll tell you. So now all of us, you get ready. All of us get ready for the energy transfer. So all the students get ready. So now all of you, you all settle, get ready. Is everyone ready? Minh have said that we need 1 minute because this time all of you, if you just out in the toilet, you need to come. I give you 1 minute. You run right now into the room. Get into the room and get ready so that I can transfer energy. I do not know how long I can transfer energy. Whenever I feel that is enough, that the energy from the brain of Pacific Man sent to you, then I can stop. So any of you go to the bathroom now, you go back in now. I give you 1 or 2 minutes so you can settle. Over here. They are from far away. They are all ready, but you are here in Australia now. You are still running. So all of you get ready. So now everyone get now remain silent so you can receive the light of the aura of God ascending to the brain of Pacific Man that you have received on the first day. So now begin. Now it is finished. So now we'll take a break, and then we resume after a break, 1 hour and a half. So now we resume after the break. About the technique, so that he can clarify for us about the technique, because they were a little fast. So we would ask the master to clarify the technique, how we can transfer to choose to have a boy, a girl, or twins. So we ask the master again to clarify.
Okay. Vignette. Okay, thank you.
You are late 3 minutes. I see that you are late 3 minutes. Over here we waited for you for half an hour. So now is everything clear? So now all of you, before I let you ask question, I want to summarize a few things for you through your questions. And then with the remaining time, with everything that is needed, you can ask. Then I can give you my opinion and experience so that you are able to apply. So now let me explain for you further. This morning, with everything that you learn, that is beyond the medical fields. That is reality. In the teaching of EE in the past, I had some of the case of the sickness that I was not able to treat. But I do not know for what reason. How come a number of you are able to treat very well some of the difficult case, not just in Vietnam, but in Europe, in America. My point here is, I give you an example. Let's say in the case of increasing height, they are able to help. In the case of this injury or handicap, physical handicap, you are able to help. In the case of the tumor, internal, external tumor, you are able to help. So these are the effects in the past. Even though you were only level 5, A1, you were able to achieve the goal. Now, this morning I had mentioned to you, after the break, there were a number of you who asked several more questions during the break. That how can we contribute? I just want to summarize for you. There were so many cases of disease. I decided that this is a very simple way for you so you don't get confused. All of the form of disease. Each day you transfer energy. In the case of all of the problem with physical handicaps from natural birth, you transfer energy to that patient 3 times every day. In the case of organs that have been removed, you transfer energy to them 3 times. And also you reminded me in the case of people who are deaf, sometimes the children from birth, they are deaf, they have problem with hearing for some reason, due to the fact that sometimes because of medication complication, they are not able to, they have hearing loss for 5-10 years. In the past 10 years, I have treated some of the case from birth. The infant was born, and then due to the fact that of the problem with the drugs that they are unable to hear, I only treat them in the past about more than 10 years ago. For the first time, the second time, after the 5th time of the transfer energy, 5 days to that local area. Normally they need to use a hearing aid, but on the 4th day after I transfer energy, that person was able to recover hearing. They keep on thinking that they use a hearing aid, but then when they see the hearing aid, on the table, then they want to confirm that they're able to hear, that they were able to hear. So in the case of the people who are deaf from birth, you are able to, you try to heal them. In the case of people with the eye problem, that cause you have the lost eyesight due to the sickness, you can try to help them with this healing to help to solve the problem with the hearing. People who are mute, people who are blind, all these cases, you can put them in the categories that you have to transfer energy for them daily, to transfer energy 3 times the light of aura of God to these people 3 times, and also to this afflicted area, let's say the ear, the eyes, that the mouth, that actually they are unable to speak, for example, like I mentioned to you, like this case in morning. In the case that you are unable to help, for example, let's case the case of lost arm, lost leg, or finger is missing, then you can transfer energy. I think a number of you, let's say in the case of leprosy, that they lost the finger, they lost the limb, so you transfer energy to that person, 3 times energy of light of aura to this person on a daily basis, and 3 times to the missing arms or legs or fingers. That is how I want to summarize for you in this case. There are many cases that you ask, but I just summarize for you all of these severe cases. So that you have a clear formula. All of the case of problem from natural birth, you treat them 3 times as you receive energy from the auras of God, and you send to that patient, and also to these organs that are missing or the limb that are missing, so that you are able to promote the growth. Especially in the case of the internal organs that are missing, or the limb outside the body that are missing, you can try to experiment. In the case of tooth, as I mentioned to you in the morning, similarly. So now, I want to update further for you. In the case of the people who are deaf, mute, and blind, then you can try it. If you are able to succeed, then it means the blessing of God to help these people who are afflicted from birth. Now you are able to help them. So you are able to help them to be able to see, to hear, to speak, to be able to walk. I hope that from now to July, all of these severe cases, perhaps you are able to solve from now to July. All of these cases that you are able to solve, even though we cannot solve 100% of the case, at least we can reach 70 up to 90%. That would be the highest degree of success that in this world we are able to achieve. That God had given to us this responsibility and the ability to contribute to help mankind. So now, I'll let you continue on with the question, and then afterwards, if you don't have any question, in the case of we don't have any more singing. Just before we end the class, Vani or the center over here have a few more words, so that we reserve the time so we can all learn. With anything that you needed, you ask, so that I would teach you. Starting from tomorrow, all of you have the opportunity to apply. So now we can continue on with the question.
Các học viên.
So before the questions, we would like for you to clarify the formula to choose boy or a girl, or for pregnancy with the twins, so that we don't get confused in the technique. We lost him. We lost. We'll stop. We wait. We stop. We wait for the master to clarify for us. So you wait for the master to review. The student in Budapest, that you stop. Wait for the master to share a few remarks. Wait. Nobody. Wait. Okay. So now they listen. So now let me explain for you. Now I repeat for you. When between the man and the woman, when you have the sexual relationship, that is, for first you are able to, in the practice of the sexual spiritual unification, the husband, you send the energy to the wife send energy to the husband, and if let's say when you are preparing, when you are beginning, in the case of ejaculation, at that moment you receive the light of the aura to send into the uterus, to the uterus of the woman for the first time. Let's say you want to have a boy. Then each time when you have the sexual intercourse, then you send the energy of the light of aura to the uterus of the woman only once. In the same case, for you send the light of the aura. You think of the boy, or if you want a girl, you think of the girl. So the energy will form a boy or a girl. So you send energy once. If you want to have a boy and a girl, a twin, which is a boy and girl, then you receive the light of the auras. You send twice to the uterus at the time when you have the ejaculation. And if you want to have a twin boy or a twin girl, then you receive the energy of the light of the aura. You send 3 times to the uterus of the woman. In that way, God will send 2 spirits of the boy or 2 spirits of 2 girls into the woman. That is for the case of twins. So now, if you remember, now you just remember, if you one boy or one girl, you just send energy once, and you send the boy, the soul of the boy or the soul of the girl to the boy. If you want a boy and a girl together, a boy and a girl, then you send energy twice to the uterus of the woman. And that way, 2 spirits, a boy and a girl, would come to the woman. Now, if you want to have a twin boy or a twin girl, then you receive the light of the aura of God, and you send to the uterus of the woman, and that way the 2 souls of the boys or 2 souls of the girls will come to the woman. So this is easy for you to remember. You try your best to remember this technique. And also, I elaborate further for you the technique. For those of you who are concerned, you are afraid, I explain for you so you can experiment. Let's say instead of using the birth control technique, with the case of you watching the cycle of the egg. So by the time you know, let's say you confirm the exact date in the egg of the cycle, you will receive the light of the aura and you send directly to the ovary when you have the intercourse. So at the time when the egg is formed, with the energy of the light of the aura you send, it would kill the egg. So the soul will go on to the path of reincarnation faster. So that is for birth control. I want to share with you, if you transfer energy, when you have the result, you have a boy or a girl, or you have a twin for any reason. Let's say when you are pregnant, if instead of waiting for 9 months, but supposedly, suddenly in 6 months or 6.5 months, or maybe 7 months, for any reason, suddenly you have pain in your stomach and you feel that you have to deliver. You are not sick. I tell you ahead of time now, you are not sick. So you tell your family members to take you to the hospital. When you feel discomfort, and even if you don't want to give birth, whether the doctor can say to you whether you are able to or you're not able to, when they said to you, you rest assured, I warned you ahead of time already. So that for you, your spouse, for the ladies, when you go into the hospital, when you are on the delivery, you would give birth. You don't have to worry anything about any form, let's say because of the premature birth. The moment you are born, the child will be so healthy, without any complication. Yeah, so you can rest assured on that part. I just warn you ahead now. So if not, if I did not warn you, and you feel, let's say in the case of twin birth, only in 6 months and 7 months, if you give birth, you feel that it is you're concerned about the premature birth. But from a medical perspective, in premature birth, they have to take them into a glass house to nurture the baby. The baby may not be nurtured properly, so they do not have sufficient air or oxygen. That's why the doctor will keep them in a glass house. But I tell you ahead of time already, when you give birth to these infants, you will send the light of the end of the aura of God to these infants, and they will be healthy. The doctors will see that they are in a normal health, and they don't have to be in the glass house. These children, the medical doctors will research, and they will ask why. They are so different from many aspects, comparing to all the cases of premature birth, for twin premature birth, comparing to the other cases. I just want you that ahead of time so you don't worry. I just want to give you my opinion in the case for the woman in the term of pregnancy in next year, and also according to your wish. In the case of birth control, I explained for you. If you are afraid, you can just experiment. If you don't want to give birth, each time when you have intercourse, from the time when you ejaculate, you receive the energy from the aura of God, and you send directly to the auras, to the ovaries of the woman. You don't know. You don't need to know where the ovaries is. Some of you, I know you don't know. Even if you ask a doctor, you are not properly researched. You don't know where the ovaries is. So therefore, when you receive the aura, the light of the aura of God, you send to the two ovaries of the woman. Even if the egg is formed, the eggs would be killed. Then that is a way that you won't have, you won't be conceived. And there are some of the technique that you have gone through the surgery. You thought that that would be the way to help you with birth control. Now you can experiment. You can try it. You thought that for the man and also for the woman after the surgery, and in the case of the man, when at the moment of ejaculation you receive energy from auras and you transfer energy. Even if you want to have a boy, and after you have the surgery, if you want to have a boy, a girl, or a twin, you try it and you will see. Sometimes when you use the brain of a prehistoric man, you will see how long you can succeed and what are the results. And these are the case. If you need my assistance for opinion, you can send your question to me, and I will answer and give you more opinion to help you. That is how I want to summarize for you based on the lecture for the first part of the day, and then with the remaining part I want to share with you so you take note carefully so you can apply correctly. Because this is very new for you in the UE family. This is the highest level. In truth, I am. If I'm still learning now, by now you ask, I would not know. But I learn from the deities. I store already in my brain. So when you ask, I answer for you. I answer for you so you learn. So now you can ask question.
Okay. Dear Master, first of all, I would like to say thank you to I can be here, and this teaching is bring me so many changes in my life. So thank you, Master. My question is that I am a student into university at the same time, and naturally I am learn and work at the Spiritual Human Yoga of Hungary. So I have to learn so much. And I would like to know that how can I learn faster and with more efficient? Learn the books, the mathematics, and so on. So to make easier to my learn at the university. Thank you very much, Master. Akkor magyarul, kedves Mester, szeretném megköszönni.
Now, before I answer this question from the student in Hungary, you listen carefully to update the question, because sometimes you did not dare to ask. One student in Australia had asked before you take the break, so now I answer in general for all of you. You are the one who want to determine you want to have the boy or a girl. You send the energy to the uterus of the woman. It is not the woman who send the energy to you. For you, the man. If the woman send energy to you, if the woman send energy to you, you will be pregnant. Then it is up to you. You, the man. This is the man who decide. I see that now you are laughing. So now one more time, I advise for all of you. This student in Australia, all of you, if you want to have a boy or a girl, or a twin boy or a twin girl, or a twin boy and girl, this is up to the man who decide. It is the man who decide. Therefore, if the husband want to have a girl, Then for the lady, if you want to have if the lady you want to have a boy, then you think you have then you transfer energy to have a twin boy and girl. Remember, if you want to have a twin boy and girl, then you transfer energy twice to the uterus. If you send 3 times, then it will be a twin boy and girl. Then it will be incorrect for you. If unintentional or intentional, you try to change the formula and you try to change the formula, it will have a negative effect. Then you won't have any children. If you wish to have children, for example. So for that reason, I just want to share with you. I just want to update for you clearly, because when God gives us the way that we can use energy of God, the ability of God through the brain, then we should not be too confused on that technique. In the past, it is your own brain, whether it is unintentional or intentional, that we may be able to make mistake. But now we are using the brain of prehistoric man, meaning that you are using the brain of God. So you need to apply with the right technique. If unintentional or intentional, then you violate, then it is not beneficial for you. You won't be effective. So you listen carefully on that. So now, a number of you who are the student in university, all of the books that you learned in the past, you transfer energy to the books that you learn. Let's say each of the topics that you learn, let's say you have to learn each of the topics that you learn, you receive the light of the auras of God and you transfer energy to the books that you are learning. Now you listen carefully. I want to update further. Let's say before you go to your classroom and sit down to study, you receive the light of auras of God into your brain 3 times. And then you receive the light of auras of God, and you transfer energy to the topics that you learn. Let's say 1 hour after that, 1 hour, then the next subject comes. When you study the next subject, you do not need to receive the energy from the aura to your brain anymore, but you send energy to the books, the next subject that you learn. Each day, let's say you learn 4 subjects in that day, and you transfer energy to this 4 subjects, 4 topics. But before you start, you send energy 3 times to your brain first. Let's say in the morning, for your responsibility, you transfer energy 3 times to your brain. That is to protect your own health. You don't count that one. Each time when you go to the school to study in the morning, you transfer energy 3 times to your brain. So that way you are able to help to enhance your intelligence. That is for you to help you to do the work in school. And let's say when you have exam in school, for example. In the past, before you take the exam, you take notes now. Before you take the exam, let's say today you have the exam for 4 subjects. In the morning, 2 subjects. In the afternoon, 2 subjects. And each time when you take the exam, in the school they have the subject, you receive the light of the auras 3 times into your head. And then each of the subjects that you do the exam, for each time when you take the exam, you receive the energy from the aura 3 times into your head. That's how you can be intelligent. Perhaps you are able to do well in your test and you will pass with a high score. That is for those of you who are the student in the university or in high school who graduate the class of the brain of prehistoric man. Listen carefully. This is how I give you my opinion. So in the future, it is you would be the one with wisdom. Our children, they will be the indigo child. If you apply with the right technique that I teach you, you receive the light of the aura to create the fetus in the womb. These are the high spirit that God sent down. Perhaps this would be the spirit of this indigo child, intelligent child. Now go on. Next question.
Еще приобрести, актуально ли приобретение этой антенны и можем ли мы успеть это актуально приобрести ее?
Dear Master, I have two questions. You have said that humanity is going to meet deadlock, is going to situation of great difficulties. We are being the tools of God Almighty, or of the Creator, and that's why we are being given this ability. And beginning from tomorrow, we would be transferring energy as He taught us to all of the planets. My question is, if all of us would start transferring energy to the Earth beginning tomorrow, is it possible that this would lead to certain kind of global cleaning or cleansing of the planet, so that thus we would be the ones who, by the way of transferring energy, would provoke the disasters that you have warned us about? Is it not true that this is possible to be this way? Since you told us transfer energy to all, good and bad. Talking about this, my sub-question is, you mentioned about Russia, and that the Russia's role of Russia, people in Russia would have an important role in the future. Could you please explain us the role? What did you mean by that? My second question is about antenna. She says that some of the students were yet unable to obtain antennas. Could you please talk more about antennas, whether they are needed at this time, and if so, how can we manage to obtain them? Thank you very much, she said. And also one technical point. Yesterday, because of the technical difficulties here in Kazan, we missed part of the master's explanation about use of acupuncture at this level. If you can, could you please ask Master to repeat acupuncture points? Thank you very much.
Now, slowly, I would answer to your question so you can learn. Now, let me explain for you already. The most important part is starting from tomorrow, 1,500 of you, more than 1,500 of you, all together, if you all have one common point, with all one common point, meaning you are receiving the light up aura of God, you send to the earth. It doesn't mean that we are healing all the people on earth. We just try to event, let's say in the case of the strange object, the virus, from outer space that are coming into the earth that may cause death and a problem. I also mentioned to you on the first day, you, me, all of us, we transfer energy, but then any country, any people, with the sincere heart. My point here is, these are the ones with the high level of spirituality. Then, if this catastrophe happen, it will be very minimal. If any location with a lot of catastrophe, then that means that they have to learn a higher lesson than you, meaning that they are able to endure through all of these trials. I can say it very clearly, very precise for you, not more or less. So you need to listen carefully through my explanation and my answer for you. It doesn't mean that we transfer energy as we help to this country and that country, we can solve the case of war. We do not have the war. Well, we do not want to provoke war. We are just help to regain harmony. We are not causing problem, law, or like you mentioned that based on the concept of karma or anything. We are trying to prevent this thing from happening. And anywhere that it's safe, meaning these are the people, this region, they have a high level of spirituality with a lot of people with sincere heart. Meaning this the location with a lot of people with the high degree of merits. That means that God will help to protect these areas. These are the case that I share with you, so you not will feel confused that when you transfer energy, you are able to solve the case of war or death. Listen carefully. You have been waited. Now you mentioned that Russia can contribute. I know you are right. Now you try to do the work starting from tomorrow. At any time when you go to work, you would go to work with your arms and leg labor, but you still receive the light from the auras of God. You can send to country A only a few seconds. Let's say you write your letters right here. You sit to write your letters. You can write a letters, but you still receive the energy, the light of auras of God, and send to country A, and that's done. Only 2-3 seconds. And in your letters, it might take you half an hour to write. In that half an hour, perhaps you can transfer energy to 10 different countries around the world. Or you can transfer energy to 10 locations to receive the light of auras from you so they can be at peace. You can do that. It's so easy. If you want to do it, tomorrow you can do it. That is how you contribute to help mankind, to help your country, to help your people, to help your family, to help yourself. Tomorrow, starting from tomorrow. That is how I show you. It doesn't mean that you say that now that you learn the brain of Pacific Man, you have the ability to do something really big. You only need to do the smallest thing, which is your family, to take care of your family, in your region, in your country where you reside, and a neighboring country. In 24 hours, it is not enough for you, enough time for you. These are only the smallest tasks. You don't even have a time for that. So, but then a step at a time, when your physical body, as God has chosen to have a responsibility, then you should not worry about these things. Now you can train yourself to do the smallest task, since you don't even have enough time to meet the demands to have the smallest in the smallest task. Then if you cannot do that, then how can you do a greater task? Therefore, if you want to help, you start to do it from the ground up. So as the task is getting bigger, you are able to help. That is how I want to share with you. In the case that for those of you who are the Russian, the antenna models I explained for you already. I will not force you to buy or you don't buy. But in the past, when you were in the level 7 special, and afterwards you go to the higher levels, you can transfer energy to using the light energy from the sun and light of the stars to help the antenna to light up when it is needed. Now it is not necessary. But then when this thing happens, then you say, how come? But it's because of you. Because you impose the condition on yourself. Everything that I have prepared for you already, I have a purpose. The purpose is for your benefit for yourself, for your family, for your country, for your people. It is not for my own benefit, because I have nothing to do with this. I give you the means for you to learn, to progress, so you have the ability to protect yourself, to protect your family. And whether you want to do it or not is up to you. It doesn't mean that I force you to. You buy and you buy the antenna. If I'm a businessman, I force you to buy, then I tell you to buy. Just like the pyramids. Now you're in level 6. Without the pyramid, you have to use the pyramid to practice. And now you're level 7 special. I will not force you. If I force you, all of you have to buy the antenna model. Then you will buy them. But and that would you lose your freedom of choice. You want to learn higher. If you want to practice, then you buy so you can practice. If you feel that you do not need it, you don't have to buy it. And then when you go to the high level, you don't know how to apply. So I will not force you. If you feel that you need it, you can get the antenna to practice. But everything I teach you, I explain for you. If I don't explain to you, you say, how come I didn't say it? But I did already say it. I give you the freedom of choice. If you want to, you can buy. If you don't want to, then you don't buy. There's no problem on that. That's how I share with you from the experience with the antenna. In the case of in Russia and Hungary, the representative, meaning from the one representative, that means from the center in Italy, Vanni, some of them that they make the antenna, you send email from Vanni who sent to me, and then you send to the one who will make the antenna models. So for ordering, you contact Vanni about contacting. These are the one who make. I authorize them to make the antenna models. So you can send email to Vanni to find the contact person. Then you can ask the centers, this center, because I do not know about how you contact these people. Yesterday, you hear about acupuncture. I give you my opinion. On the first day, the first person, on the first day, when the patient comes to you, you transfer energy 3 times to the brain of that person. You receive energy of the aura of the God, and then receive and send 3 times to that patient. And then after that, you use the needle using the 3 points like a triangular, just like for the patient when you learn. If you are a medical doctor, let's say, for example, the rupture of the nerve on the left, you can puncture on the right. If they have pain or aches on the local area, you can puncture right at the injured area. You use the technique. Before you apply the technique of acupuncture, you receive the light of the auras of God 3 times to the patient on the first day. From the second day and on, you transfer energy once to the patient. That is how you can help the patient to recover. So that's how you can listen, so you can apply with the right technique to help yourself and you can help others. And through that, I also want to share with you further. First, each day you receive the light of the auras of God 3 times when you before you wake up, before you step down your bed. For you yourself, that is a way to help you to use the brain of prehistoric man. Secondly, that is a healing for yourself. Listen carefully. So that's how you do it each day. I want to elaborate further. And recently there's a student, university student, if you want to do the study, so when you study, you transfer energy 3 times before you go to do the study, and you transfer energy once to the book that you study. And then when you go to the exam, you transfer energy 3 times before you go take the exam. You receive the light of the auras of God into your brain. This is the brain of prehistoric man, remember. It is not that you think of and then the brain of prehistoric man give it to you. It is not. I'm sorry, you're still so slow. I tell you right now, your brain, it has been transformed to the brain of prehistoric man so that you can use by using the formula that I teach you. It is not that I have that ability. It is the ability that from the deities who give me that responsibility that I give it to you. Listen carefully. There are a number of you who ask right here. It is now, do I think of the brain of prehistoric man? It is not. The brain of prehistoric man, that's in your head already. Remember, in all of the cases of the sickness that I did not mention to you, you ask, I have mentioned to you already. I told you, cancer in a normal sickness, each day, the first time you transfer energy 3 times to the brain of the patient, and from the second day and on, you just apply once energy transfer and once. In the case of normal case like high blood pressure, heartbeat irregular, diabetes, you can apply like that, except in the case of cancer. That's how I explain for you. In the case of cancer, you can treat for others 1 or 2 weeks. But let's say for your family members, from infant to the most elders in the family, each day you transfer energy in the collective list, whether they have sickness or not. If they are healthy, this is a preventive way. If they are sick, you are able to help them to recover. That is how I want to explain for you, so you don't get confused. So avoid the case that you keep on asking about many sickness. And I want to share with you further, so you don't get confused, because I see so many questions in here. You are so confused. When you are sleeping, when you wake up, you receive the light of the auras of God right here to your head. Receive the light of auras of God, send to here. Receive the light of auras of God, send to here, and you are done. And then you can, if you want to send energy to the earth or collectively, then depending if you want to or not. If you are free, if you have a lot of free time, then since you have a free time, so you receive energy to your head. Receive the energy from the God to your head. Receive energy of the God, and then you fall asleep. Before you do it 3 times, you fall asleep already. That is for you. But if that happens, then you just go to sleep. With the condition, if you are free, and if you are not free, when you wake up late, and you lose your job, because when you receive the energy, and then if you fall asleep again, then you lose your job. If you are the boss, then it will be okay. You can come in late. The most important part is for those of you, especially for those of you who are working for someone, if you're falling asleep, whether you say that you are using the brain of prehistoric man and you transfer energy to your boss, he will fire you faster. Because each day you just keep on coming late. So that's why if this similar situation happen, when you go to work, you need to use an alarm clock to wake you up. If you are the boss of your shop, then it's easy for you. Let's say you change your sleeping pattern. Instead of sleeping late and you're sleeping earlier, so you wake up early. That's all. So for the past few days, I had mentioned to you. Now I have seen. I just want to share with you in any of the object. When you want to make anything, you just ask my opinion, and once I approve, then you can do it. If I do not approve, then it is not effective. And if someone who buy it without my approval, then it is not effective. I just see right here the center SSD, even though the chief center is not here because of the problem that she has. He's not here. This is very special right here. So instead of the 13 ray of the sun logo sticker, so perhaps you can place this, or this is you can this is like the embroider. So this is like the embroider. You can. This is the two design that I approve from the SSD center. So Mr. Trien, when you go back to tell the center SSD, I also ask all of the centers all over the world. If you wish, you can order directly from SSD center in Thailand. These are the embroider you can stitch into the suitcase or to the shirt. So these are the design that I agree. These are the design that I agree. So I decide that I choose this logo, the stitch, the embroider. So for those of you, when you see each other, you can recognize each other. And in any situation, you are able to recognize each other by recognize this logo. You can this is the embroidery, so you can stitch it into the handbag, or let's say your luggage. You can have that on your luggage, or you can paste it on the luggage, so you won't lose your luggage. If let's say they open your luggage, they will not see anything in your luggage. They only see the light of the aura. That's all they can see. But if you try to do that to smuggle drugs, then you go to jail. I want to make sure this point very clear. Let's say you have in your clothing, they will check it fast. You go through, but you think that you can use this, and then you place this to embroider to your luggage for smuggling drugs, then they put you in jail. And this is not for you to use this to cover for smuggling drugs. So I decide for you, for all the centers, because many the centers are there here. So now, if you want to order, these are the two designs from SSD center. You can use, let's say, you can stitch it onto your handbag or to your luggage, to your shirt. So these are the two designs. So you can contact the SSD center to place order. This is out of it is this is made out of the cloth, very heavy tissue, heavy cloth. That is the embroider. It is the embroider that they stitch by hand, so that you can use for a long time. Because the two translators are from the north, so I have to talk in a northern accent. So now I let you ask question again. Continue on with question.
Four short questions. She said that within the last 3 years, many members of her family, many relatives of hers have died, and she has number of people in her family many people in her family are universal energy students. So she's asking whether there is any technique whether you can give us technique to revive our dead relatives. First question. Second question regarding transfer of energy. Our Russian Federation, Russia, is a very big country which can be divided into very big regions. We have something like, well, just for statistics, we have 89 regions, each of which is about the size of Belgium. Some are even bigger. So when we transfer energy, should we divide and transfer energy to our country region by region? Third question, what is the technique for transferring energy to our pets, cats and dogs and other pets that we have at home? And the fourth one, how can we stop menopause, like ladies that have menopause, to resolve the question? Thank you very much.
Now, to this question, I want to elaborate further for you in the case of reviving the people who died. In the past, when you were in the low levels, when the heart stops beating, you can try to see if you can revive the heart. Once the heart starts beating, perhaps you are able to help the person. Like yesterday, I had mentioned to you, this is the question I want to help you to understand more about the case of helping the dead. Now, you can transfer energy 3 times. To see if that person can revive or not. Now, this is the first time you receive the light of the auras of God. You send to the brain of that dead person 3 times. The second, you receive the light of the aura of God. You transfer energy to that to the heartbeat of that person 3 times, to the heart. Third, you receive the light of the auras of God, and you transfer energy to right under the Adam apple, the throat, the Adam apple of the person. This point, at the throat, the Adam apple. Now, the third time, you transfer energy, the light of the aura. You transfer energy to the throat, the throat 3 times. So that is the 3 locations that you transfer energy for the dead person. And then you wait there for 5 minutes. If that person is alive, then that person may live for a longer time. Remember, this is a formula for you to revive a person. You listen carefully. Now I repeat again. When a person has just died, if you are there in person, you have to do it in person. You cannot do it remotely. You have to be in person. When a person just died, the doctor declare dead. Let's say if you are there, when they take it to the cold room, and you apply the technique that I mentioned to you, you receive the energy, the light of aura of God to send to the head of the person 3 times. And then you receive the light of the aura of God. You send to the heart of that person 3 times. And third, you receive the light of aura of God 3 times. You send to the throat of the person. And you wait 5 minutes. Only in 5 minutes. You watch for 5 minutes. If suddenly the body moved, then you tell the doctors that person is alive. If at home it is easy for you. If it is in hospital, that is how you do it. If at home the person stopped breathing and died, you apply that formula. If after 5 minutes the body doesn't move, then for sure that person died. This is one experiment that perhaps in 100%, perhaps you are able to save 40%. So you try. That is how you can change the new person. This is one way that is against the law of science, but you are able to use it as God had allowed you to apply to bring the benefit to help mankind. So that's why you are able to help these people who revive them. In the case of the transfer energy for the Soviet Union as a large country, as I know, but you transfer energy on a daily basis. You send to the earth once, and then you can transfer energy to your country. It is not now the Soviet Union has been divided into Russia. So depending on each region where you live, you transfer energy to your region. I do not know about the Soviet Union, how many is divided, how many region, how many independent regions. So it is best you transfer energy to where the region where you reside. That is the best. That is how I share with you in the case as we transfer energy to your country where we reside. In the case for the animals, for the past few days, I have explained already. Now we learn about the brain of prehistoric man. We help the higher sense. We help in the higher sense, meaning the country, the earth. In the case with the virus, in the case of a sickness, with the case of electricity, in the case of sickness, all you do is for the animal when they are sick, the pet that you have, all you do is just look at them. That's all you do. For the animal that you have at home, the dogs, cats, let's say some the fishes that you have in your fish tank at home, if they are sick, or you think they are weak, all you do is just look at them and they will regain their health. That's all you do. In the case of menopause, if you wish to develop the period again, for this woman with menopause, you want to recover, if you wish, so now you can apply. In the past, a number of you who are only a level 5, that I don't want to mention any name, that one person he is powerful in the country, and after graduating the level 5, and she was able to develop the period again. She was afraid that it might be a case of cancer or tumor, but she went to have a examination. She was able to develop the period again, even though her old age, more than 70 years of age, she was able to develop the period again, recover from the menopause. Now I give you my opinion. So instead of sending the energy to the sexual organ of the female, for you yourself, you can transfer energy to yourself 3 times, and you transfer energy to the ovaries 3 times each day. When you develop the period and you stop, and then when you stop, and you can, when you have the period, then you stop. Remember, when you develop the period to stop the case of menopause, each day you transfer energy twice. Receive the first time the light of the aura of God into your brain, and then the second time you send energy from the light of aura 3 times to the ovaries. So when you develop the period, that you stop, meaning that you don't have to transfer energy to the ovaries anymore. But each day you still continue to transfer energy to yourself, to your head 3 times. If it is for yourself, and that is how you help yourself. So it is easy. In the morning when you wake up, receive the light of the auras of God into your brain 3 times, and then receive the light of aura of God 3 times, and send to the ovaries 3 times to the ovaries. If this is for you, the woman. If others who treat you, let's say you try to treat another person. To treat another person, you receive the light of auras to send to the brain of that person 3 times. Receive the light of the auras, send to the ovaries of that person 3 times each day. When that person start to develop the period, then you stop. You don't apply that formula again like that. You just apply the regular formula if that person has sickness. That is how I explain for you on that part. Now, next question. So now for Torino to ask. So now it's for Torino to ask.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Dang.
Thank you, Master. Recently, I was very depressed before I went to this level. I had sent energy to you, and within 2 minutes, my depression was gone. And I want to thank you very much for this, Master. Master, I have several questions that I'd like to pose to you. Losing weight is my first question. What is a technique to lose weight? My second technical question is, how can we proceed with the telepathic technique? How is it this time between students and with you? The third question is, every day we send energy towards Earth. Will the Earth automatically remove itself further away from the sun to harmonize the temperature on the Earth? And will the ozone layer also become normal again? Or do we have to send energy to the Earth for these 2 problems separately? Is there still a technique, a special technique for 2 people who are enemies to harmonize the interaction between 2 people who hate each other? And another question, is it possible that a woman can send herself energy to prevent pregnancy? And a last question. Somebody who Okay. If we have reached enlightenment and wisdom and unity between body and soul, is there still a risk that we can fall into the trap of ego? Thank you, Master. These were my questions.
Now, in the future, if you don't want if you want to have weight control, any food in the future, you remember receive the light of the aura of God and send to the food that you eat.
Je stuurt het naar het voedsel.
Any form when you eat and drinks. That's the first thing. Secondly, if you wish to help yourself in the case of controlling your weight, or with the food that you eat more, but without all of the fat or the protein. If you wish, I show you the technique to help you, so that is also a way that you can build the merits to help others each day for yourself. If you do that each day, 20 times to transfer energy, you receive the energy, the light of aura of God. You transfer the energy out at least 20 times to others, to the sick people, to this region, to one country, to another. You try to do that at least 20 times a day. If you have the time, you transfer energy. The more you can transfer energy, the better for you. Then you will see your body. All of this excessive toxin or contents in your body will be eliminated to help your body to regulate your weight. I hope that after this class, not 100%, but at least 95 to 98%, you would have the immune system, perfect immune system, because God allowed you to use the brain of prehistoric man. That is replacing the normal brain. Everything is changed. Therefore, starting from now, after this class, starting from tomorrow, you can apply. And perhaps you can go to have a medical examination. You go to see your doctor to have the medical examination. And when you go to see the physician, and then after 2 weeks, you will see the result. After you use the brain of prehistoric man, each day at least you transfer energy 20 times to all of the region. If you have less time, if you have more time, you can transfer energy. The more you can do it, the better. I do not force you to. That is a very simple formula. Through the past few days, I mentioned to you, when you transfer energy to the earth, for the first time, starting from tomorrow, with all of you, 1,500 of you, or maybe less than 1,500 of you, all together, you transfer energy 3 times to the earth, you will be able to protect the earth. With a strange object that may come, it will divert somewhere else. The virus, the toxin, they will go somewhere else. One of the special case, I do not want to say, in the case of the ozone layer, eventually the scientists, suddenly they will be very surprised. How come, let's say in South America, in Chile, in Brazil, in Argentina, for example, with the ozone layer, it caused a lot of damage from the sun ray penetrating through. That caused a lot of problem in South America, in Chile, Argentina, in Brazil, in Asia, in Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, for example. So now the scientists suddenly they would be surprised how come it changed. The ozone layer has changed. Suddenly it is being connected instead of all the holes. So now I tell you, so you can prepare with 1,500 of you. So now to July, everything would change out in space. Everything would change out in space, and with these changes, and with the report for all over the world, these are the scientists who would be, because they are so surprised to see all the changes, sudden changes in the world. That on the earth we are very fortunate that, let's say in the case of the ozone layer, suddenly it is patched. I tell you ahead of time now. It doesn't mean that by then that the scientists they claim that they can do it with their technique, because they cannot do it. The scientists all over the world, they want to have a program to try to patch the ozone, but then they are unable to patch it. Now I tell you, the scientists, they mention whatever they can do. So now you know, I tell you ahead of time, I'm not a scientist. I tell you now, By then, they claim that they do it, whatever they claim is whatever they do. The important part is for us, you just do it to send energy. And on this, I just review ahead of time for you, so when you see the changes, then for sure it is God who gave us the ability that we can help mankind with one of the results to help mankind. And whoever want to claim that they can do it, this whatever they do, you don't want, you cannot do anything. And you see the effect that God allowed us to use the brain of God to serve mankind. That's all you need to know. And now through this class, I advise for you, you can prepare among yourself in your own language. You try it first among yourself with different languages. Let's say when you communicate among yourself, I tell you the formula. You can take notes now. Let's say you ask your friend 8 o'clock or 6 o'clock. You designate a time so you can practice. Then let's say at 8 o'clock, you send the light of the aura. You receive the light of the auras of God. You send to your friend 3 times. And then your friend receive the light of aura, send to you 3 times to you. And then you write down what the message, whatever you will send in your thought. You say that in the thought, you say, tomorrow I have this program like this, agenda like this. Both of you send. And then you think of your friend. You send the message. And you say in your thought. Or you can write in your letters and you can read the letters in your thought. You just like you are communicating to your friend. And your friend also write letters. And then in your thought, you send it to your friend. And you check between the two of you to see how much you receive, 100%. 80%, 70%. After you establish telepathy, I advise for you, you just write in a short and precise message. So it's easy for you to check as you test. And after you are able to contact each other, and then you say to your friend, you know what do you receive? And then they confirm, you both confirm with your notes and see what you send. And then you ask your friend, I send you a message like this, do you receive it? He said, yes, I receive. And your friend who said, yes, this is how I receive. And you can both confirm. If both of you are not are correct 100%, that means that you succeed. Listen carefully. And then 2 phrases, 1 phrases, and 3 phrases, and eventually a longer message in a longer time. And suddenly with a longer time, you don't need to send messages. The moment you just sit down and think of your friend. So now you are set, you just sit down and you say that you think of your friend. And let's say you're in Russia and you want to send to your friend in Italy, or you send to your friend in Hungary. You just sit down here and suddenly you think of your friend. And suddenly over there your friend wouldn't recognize it and you keep on sending, and then just like you are talking to your friend. And suddenly your friend over there, suddenly he would sit down and how come suddenly I have the thought of my friend thinking like this and doing business like this. If suddenly you sense it, and you go, when the moment you send it, you call your friend, did you just contact me just now? You asked me to do this business, to go travel, or you tell me to go visit. And then if your friend acknowledged it is right, because I just received your thought from more or less, that you are able to get used to it as you check with each other. And that is among you yourself. And you with me, I only teach you when you receive my message, remember, you just say, Master, help me on this, help me on this. How come I use a brain of Pacific man, and now I have this, I have that problem. The moment you think of me, when you think the energy to me, after you receive energy and send to me 3 times, I will show you the way. Just like recently, one of the students who come to learn about the brain of Pacific man, you see there's so many difficult. You are depressed before you go to class. You just think of me, and I give you my opinion to overcome all of your problem, all of your trouble, so you can continue on the journey to go to Italy. Now you are in this class about the brain of Pacific man. That is how I share with you about the case of telepathy, communication among you yourself. You do not need to write a long sheet of paper with a lot of. Slowly you do it with a few lines of the message, and then you can increase. So that is how you can test and check the telepathy communication among you yourself and along you with me, and then to contact with God. We can wait to do that later. And now I want to share with you, to give you my opinion Now let's say between the two persons A and B, they have grudges or hatred. So now I explain for you. You send the energy to two of them. You send the energy to see which one is right, if the one is right, and which one is wrong. So you can see. So see which one will follow the other. If it is not easy to try to help both of them, let's say two of them, they are both are evil. Our brain will transfer energy to both of them to see the act of A or B, to see if he still continue with on his evil way. If one of them he still continue on his way, then he's right. If one or two suddenly one the other just change, then you know the one that changed is the one is wrong. So in a way they may lose, but they lose in fame. To lose in hatred, then they will still try to retaliate, but they lose to the other in now they lose with pride. So in that way there is no more hatred, and that way you are regaining the order. This is one of lesson I want you to apply starting tomorrow. I teach you. I know your point in your thought. You want to do that. So you don't need to prove anything. You can look and you can see the outcome. Let's say two person A, B. One, let's say just lose in pride, and the other one still continue on his way. Then that way that you know he's right. I don't know how you transfer energy to A and B. I show you so you know from the result, from the answer when you see, and you know right away. If you see it, you continue on to send energy to both of them, because you see both of them. These are the two evil ones. They're not enemy. They're not your enemy. You transfer energy to that person when they cannot continue on. When they change, that is wrong. And if that one who continue on that path, that one is right, even though that one is evil, but he still follow the will of God. So if you are following the will of God, so you can see that is. All of us see that one and you as one, meaning that God is using us for a purpose. With a normal brain, we cannot see it. But with the brain of spiritual man, we have to see from that perspective. Listen carefully. Tomorrow you can apply. So tomorrow you can apply. I mentioned tomorrow, meaning in right here, only half an hour. That will be tomorrow. After the end of the class, over here it's 11:30. By the time I get home, it is 12 midnight, and beyond 12 midnight, 12:30 midnight, they talk. I know they you are from other countries. You come here to Australia to learn. There are so many of you that you meet your friends. So after the class ends, you discuss with each other. After that, you transfer energy to other location. In one form or another, you can apply the technique. For those of you in Europe, in Russia. You try to sleep after the night when we sleep, and you later on. Now we are doing it, the work, and you go to sleep. So that's all you do. In the case on this one here, this is as you remind me, I forgot about this. Now this is for sure. And this is because the people in here, they are glad because. This is I just taught you among the husband and the wife with your sexual relationship. The man, when you at the moment of ejaculation, you send the energy to the ovaries. So let's say for the wife who are in the same class, if the wife were in the same level, your wife who are still in the same level in this class. Then the wife, for the birth control, you can still, the woman, you receive energy and send to your uterus. And in that way, all of these sperm going, instead of going to the egg, is going out the other way. Just like I tell you, as you receive the light of the auras, in the case of the sperm, instead of going into the sexual organ, and suddenly, as they come, the door is closed. So all of the sperm come, the door is closed. So you are closing the door, so all the sperm will not go. This is one of the technique. As you remind me, so I tell you for the woman. I forgot about this. I keep on thinking man, but sometimes I forgot about the other. So now, as you remind me about for the woman, I remember, I shall show you the technique. So both of you, in Vietnamese, so both of you now in the case of birth control. In the case for those of you who are afraid of being conceived, so in this case for birth control, so both of you now you are both in the same class. From the time for the man about ejaculation, you receive the light of the aura. For the woman, at that time you receive the light of the energy of the aura. You transfer energy to the ovaries, For the man, even if the egg is out, the egg will die also in 48 hours. The egg will die because the sperm can live for 48 hours. So this is a power. This is very powerful. If they can endure, let's say in the case of the egg, if they can endure, at most they can live up to 48 hours. So you mentioned, this is how I mentioned to the egg, they can live but at most to 48 hours. And now for you, the ego that was 200,000 years ago in Atlantis, we did not use the brain of prehistoric man. Listen now. Now we have the ego because we did not know how to use the control of the soul of the cell. That is in the level 13 plus. These are the two newest lessons that the people in Atlantis did not learn. If they learned it, then the people in Atlantis at that time will return back to God already. Therefore, you cannot have that ego. You learn to serve. You learn to help mankind. If your physical body is so stubborn, no matter how stubborn you are, if you want to have the ego, before you have the ego, you cannot do anything. You cannot do anything. Including, let's say for those of you who you have a beautiful wife or you have a handsome husband, you cannot even do anything. Suddenly, from that perspective, you don't have the ego anymore. That is wisdom enlightenment. If you don't want to have wisdom and enlightenment, and then just like when you start to begin and there's nothing, it just seems like you are just standing still. You are idle. Then you know what happened. So now I give you a formula for you. If unintentional or intentional, you boast or you have the ego, the most intimate one, that is for you yourself with the sexual relationship, you cannot do anything. It's just like one of the guard. At the coffin, you will not be able to do anything. So that is one of the formula for you. So you won't be able to perform. If you have the ego, you won't be able to perform with the sexual relationship. I do not want you to confess to me or anything. This is one of the cases that beyond your control. If you violate, you say that you violate for the first time. You communicate with me. You ask me that you will be sorry, that you won't repeat that mistake again. And once you think like that, then I'm right next to you. The moment you think like that, you repent. Then I help you to recover. Next day, you recover back to normal. If you telephone me, maybe it's so difficult. Sometimes with the signal different, the interference, even with the signal, sometimes I cannot hear. Once the deed is stopped, you are not able to contact me by phone with the telecommunication means. So I hope that this is not like a rule. I want you to always have the real state of wisdom, so that you can help mankind. The humanity, they are no strangers. These are your loved ones, your family members. Therefore, I only allow you to make one mistake. If intentional or unintentional, you have that ego, there's nothing that, no punishment is worse than that punishment that you are unable to perform with your sexual relationship. So I know no one would want to fall back to that the same mistake of years ago in the past. That is how I want to share with you, to help you to be just like me, to have that special ability just like me, in order to help mankind. And now, in the case of birth control, I want to explain for you. Between the husband and the wife, you don't want to have children. In the first hours, I explained for you, the man can help the woman to prevent conception. In the case of the egg, you are able to send the energy. You can send the energy from the light of the aura of God to, let's say, for example, the egg is formed. After 24 hours, the egg is formed. or 48 hours the egg is formed, the light of the aura is waiting right here. So with the egg is formed, with the energy, the egg will be killed. And let's say 48 or 47, 48 hours later, they would die. The moment the egg is formed and they die, the light of the auras send and help the soul of the cell to reincarnate faster. That is the way to have birth control. Let's say for the woman, sometimes for the woman, they forgot the man, if they are in the case of birth control. Only the most effective way is if both of you are in the same level, because the light of the auras of God that you are able to send. In the case of the man sending the energy to the ovary to kill the egg, so that the egg won't go down to the sexual organ. So with the man sending energy to the ovaries, that is a way to help to stop, and also to help stopping the sperm by the time the sperm reach the eggs, and slowing down the speed of the sperm going into the woman. So I see this guy he listened too careful about this technique. Now the ego, meaning that you are boasting, you think that you are better than God, you think that you are equal to God, you think all of the living creatures they are nothing. That is the ego. Now you know the definition of ego. Ego does mean that you have 10 and you say that you have 11. In the world you say that you are God. You are saying that you are the king. That is the game. Some of you mistake and you cannot hear ego. I'm talking about the ego. There was in Australia some Vietnamese, and when I say ngạo mạn meaning ego, they say I don't know if he understands it right. Ngạo mạn. I'm talking about ego. They were thinking about something else. They were thinking about something salty. Now, do you understand ego? I'm talking about the ego. I'm not talking about some food. So now, Minh Hiệp, you can go on. Next question. So basically, in Vietnamese, he's talking about ego, but the word ngạo mạn, somebody he understands it in a different way, like something salty. So we are talking about the ego.
Infinitamente. Todas sus enseñanzas.
Thank you, Master. A great thank you to you, Master. We're asking the person to repeat the question. Sorry, I don't have any translation at all.
Hacerme algún comentario. Tercera pregunta. Nosotros en el pasado no podíamos transferirle energía a las personas que utilizaban Reiki o imanes. Tengo una persona que está con cáncer muy grave, pero ella insiste en usar imanes, por lo cual no le he transferido energía. Quiero saber si con la energía que actualmente tenemos, que es una energía de una vibración muy alta, pues es la de Dios, si le puedo enviar o no energía a esta persona. Le agradezco nuevamente todas sus enseñanzas y sus atenciones, maestro. Todo mi cariño.
First question. She thanks the master and she says that her son has been brought up by his uncles and she doesn't have any links anymore with her son, and she respects his freedom and his free will because apparently he doesn't want to go back into contact with her, but she'd love to meet him again, and still she respects him and she still gives send him the energy. Now the question is it time for us to have children as we have to dedicate ourselves to the humankind, because having children will take up lots of our time and we still need time also to dedicate ourselves to the humanity, the whole humanity. Second question, she works in cosmetics, and people think that is very superficial, but actually it is part of a healthy system, skin system also. It's participate to a healthy system, and she'd like to know what she can do to help cosmetics to be in better conditions so that they can help better people with their skin. All the question, she's thinking of going to Cuba, and she'd like to know what she could do to help Cuba. And because the situation there, the economic situation and social security situation is very bad there, and she'd like to know if it is possible for her to go there and help them and help the people there. Third question or fourth question, in the past, the master used to say that we could not use many techniques at the same time, like Reikis, magnetisms, and energy at the same time. But she has a friend of hers who's got a cancer, and that lady is still being treated by Reiki, by magnetism, etc. So she'd like to know if she still can send energy to her friend, even though she's already treated by Reiki and magnetism. Thank you, Master.
Now let me share with you. Now let's say in the case that you are far away from your son or your children, to be able to meet again, it's not as difficult if you want to meet again so that you can have a happy home. But you need to send the true love from you to the lost son. Otherwise, if unintentional or intentional, you try to control, and he will go away forever. My point here is, each day you transfer energy to your son, there's no problem. In the collective list, slowly, a set of time, and slowly your son will come to visit you, and then you can improve the relationship with you if you truly love them. So that's how I share with you in general for that case about this question from the student from South America. In the case that I explained for you already, a number of you who wish to have children, it is not as difficult. And a number of you who are afraid to have children, and then you go follow the birth control technique. That in the previous class from the level 13 plus to the past, I never teach you the technique to have birth control except only in this class. I want to elaborate for you the technique to help with the birth control. There are some of the cases the husband want to have a child and the wife did not agree, or sometimes the wife want to have children but the husband did not. So now the decision to have children or not, it is the woman who is the main one, because it is the woman who gives birth. Therefore, for those of you, the woman, if you want to have children, I give you my opinion. Because you are learn all with me, and the woman want to have the children, and the man keep on transfer energy in the birth control to send to the ovaries to help in the case of birth control. I give you my opinion. Recently, if you want to follow birth control, you receive the light of the aura. You send energy. At the moment, the man have the ejaculation, so that you can stop the speed of the sperm entering the uterus of the woman. Now, as you receive the light of the aura of God and send into the sperm, it may increase. It may go faster than the speed of light, so that in the case of entering the egg, that would be the negative effect for the woman, because the woman is the one who decides. If the woman who wants it, then the result is better than if the man wants it. Listen carefully. That is how I want to give you my opinion in the case of giving birth, to help the woman to have children, to conceive. Now, let's say for those of you who are not in the same level, in the case if you want to have birth control or not, it is less effective. I want both of you to learn in this class, meaning both of you are in this class. Among you, you have the wisdom. In the case of spiritual sexual unification, then you are able to, from the wisdom, you are able to conceive, so that the children will be the one with wisdom, or the indigo child. If you want to have a boy or a girl, you can choose the boy or a girl, or a twin boys or girls. It is according to your will. With everything that I have taught you, you can apply. So come back to the point I want to elaborate further for you. In the case if you want to have children, at this time, who knows, if you have the children, if you are able to overcome all the problems or accidents, because of the time that you devoted to take care of your children. If you don't have the children and you go out, you do business, you go out to the public, so instead of the time to stay home to take care of the baby, if you don't have children, if you have the children, you won't have any accident instead of going outside to the public. Or if you just sit home and take care of the children, and without the children, you have the free time, you travel here and there, you may have an accident, for example. Therefore, it doesn't mean that at this time the difficulty that you have the children, it is a restriction for you, according to my own opinion. It is up to you to decide. It is up to you, your freedom of choice. I give you my opinion. When you have the free time, the more free time you have, the better, so that you are able to contribute to help others as you have more time. But if, unfortunately, if God allows you to have children, then for sure God has a will. God has a decision to help you, to help your children. Or God create these children, that is a means to help others to develop. So that is how I confirm with you on that point. So however, for the first time we start the class about the brain of pediatric man, I guided you the technique of birth control, because you don't want to have children so you can do other works. Because when you receive the brain, your brain has turned into the brain of pediatric man. There are so many things for you to do. It doesn't mean that you can stop. Even if you don't want to do it, you will do it. You work for yourself, not for me, not for others. So therefore, you cannot quit. That is a phrase I have shared in many classes in the past already. Now, according to my understanding, I'm not a chemist. I'm not a scientist. However, if you use, let's say, cosmetic products, sometimes it may help for the healthy for the skin. We don't know how long. And not to mention, like in the case of the follicles in the skin tissues due to the cream that you use, and sometimes you don't know how come you get sick. Sometimes with this substance, the chemicals that may cause the skin. Sometimes it helps the skin to be beautiful. How many years? Is it for only just temporary, about 5 years, 10 years? And then afterwards, if you don't use these products, then after you wash out all these products, you will see very thick layers, and then you see so many spots. And then you have to use other drugs or medication to take care of these spots. And then because of that, with some of this energy to take care to erase the spots, then you can see the kind of damage. So, however, you mentioned that you use these products, cosmetic products, to improve the beauty without any negative effect. It is not right. I just want to help you. When you, let's say, you produce these cosmetic products to help without any side effect on the skin, without all the chemicals that cause problem to the skin tissues, I can help you on this point. I'm not a scientist. I can see, I know. I have many eyes. This is not just the third eyes. I have many eyes. But if you want to help others to use, let's say, cosmetic products without any side effect, on this you can transfer energy to help them. Listen carefully. So that they can use the same creams, but for other products, they have some problem. They have allergic. But with your products, with your energy, the light of the aura, that they can protect the skin, so the skin can be protected without the chemicals or the toxin entering to the tissues that cause problem to the nerve, to the follicles under the skin. So that is how I share with you with my opinions. And I can help this student. You can transfer energy to these cosmetic products. That is a way that you are able to help them as a preventive way. In the case that you wish to help the country of Cuba, you transfer energy within your capacity. You transfer energy. You cannot help the whole, all over the world, the whole world. If you have true love, you can help. You help others to help each country. Let's say you are from South America. For the first time, on the first day, you transfer energy to that country. And each day you continue to transfer energy to that country, to help that country to reduce the suffering, to reduce the case of the war disasters. You can. In the case of healing, you listen carefully. I just want to update further to the question from this student. Perhaps in the past you did not hear it carefully. I have thought in many years, I remember. I just want to give you my opinion. When you treat a person using UE from the level plus 13 plus 5 seconds, when you treat other people, you receive the light of aura of God from 1 to 3 seconds. Listen carefully. And beside that, the people, the sick people, whatever the technique that they choose, it is up to them. There is no problem. I do not say that you receive the light of the aura of God and from 1 to 3 seconds, but then you try to transfer energy from 5 seconds to 15 seconds. It has a negative effect. There is no effect. That's all it is. So instead of helping them to recover, it has no effect. There is no effect to you or to others. If you treat like that slowly, you will never be able to help anyone with the treatment, because you are not using correctly the brain of prehistoric man. You are not using correctly the light of aura of God. So slowly from the energy from the light of aura of God has been slowly withdrawn. You are not able to receive. If you can receive, perhaps you only receive only 50%. If you misuse it or do not do it right. That is how I share with you with your questions, with the experience, so you can apply to help yourself at the present time and to help others in the future. So next question. So now before you ask question, there's one important part. Recently in Russia, there is one of the opera. There is an incident with the opera, with the gas that caused a lot of people that are injured. So now for us, remember, when you know about the case, let's say of a gas, they have a gas in, like in the case of emergency. So with the toxic gas, at the moment you receive the light of the aura of God, send directly to that place 3 times, and afterwards you receive energy of the light of the aura and send to your brain 3 times. That is how you can neutralize all of this toxic, and then you still can walk out normally without any problem. First, you transfer energy in the case of the gas to the opera, to the location, receive the energy from the auras 3 times to the location with the gas. Poison gas, and then receive the energy from the light of aura sent to your brain. Receive, send to your brain 3 times. So that way you are able to neutralize, and you can neutralize to help all the people without being poisoned by the gas. Because to this question, this part is very important, you can apply. So now go on to the next question. So in general, for the gas poison in the location, you send to that area first 3 times, and then you send to your brain 3 times. That way you can neutralize for the people and then yourself.
Thank you, Master. I have 3 questions. Technical one. The first one, I would like your advice about how to treat mental handicap, especially in case where we have insomnia, sleepless people. Second question is regarding how to quit. Technical advice again, how to quit smoking, drug addiction, and if we may use this kind of technique even with people who are not in a UE school or at a lower level. My third question is regarding my son. I have a very bad personal relationship with him. The last class I already asked for your advice, and please confirm me if I'm right when I say that I should treat sending the aura code at night before going to bed to his chakra 6 directly. Is my conclusion correct? Thank you very much, Master, indeed.
In the case of mental problem or insomnia, you can apply the normal technique. Like I told you, on the first day you transfer energy 3 times to the brain of the person. From the second day on, you transfer energy once, and the person will be able to recover. Let's say in the case of insomnia, to recover, to sleep back to normal again. So this question for you, as you ask the question, I also received the message, so I want to share with you. You listen carefully. First, in the case of drug addiction, the second in the case of AIDS. This is the case that is very difficult. Perhaps it can control all over the world. Therefore, I only allowed for the people in the UE family, your husband, your wife, children. If anyone who are related to your family, if they have AIDS, you cannot treat to anyone else. Listen carefully. This is only for those of you who are in the family, UE family. If they have drug addiction or AIDS, you can treat constantly. Let's say if your family members had AIDS or had drug addiction, let's say 5%, let's say 5%, or let's say from 2% and on. You can place that list. These are the list of the AIDS patient and drug addicts. From 2 to these are no stranger. My point here is these are your family members. Each day you transfer energy to this list 3 times. You receive the light of the aura of God. You transfer energy to the brain of this person 3 times. Each day you do it 3 times. On the first day 3 times, and then continue to do that 3 times every day for 2 weeks to see how it is the result. In the case of AIDS, it won't spread, and the condition would not be able to go worse, and the people can recover and they can go back to work like normal without any side effect. They are able to go back to their normal life without any of the complication or side effects. Listen carefully. You have to treat that consecutively, transfer energy 3 times a day, and do that for 2 weeks. In the case of drug addiction, for any reason, they are able to reduce. In the case of the drug addicts, this is one of the formula to help all of you in the UE family. That is your parents, yourself, your children. Listen carefully. And in the case of smoking, you cannot do it. When they determine, then you transfer energy and they can stop, quit smoking. That is their freedom of choice in terms of smoking or drinking. So you leave that freedom of choice to them. You cannot interfere. For you yourself, if you want to quit, it is easy for you, especially for those of you now in the class of brain pre-registered man. If you want to smoke, that is your own decision. I don't have any comments. Listen carefully. In the case of relationship between your children, so instead of each day you transfer energy, so now you use the brain of pre-registered man. You can help your children. Let's say, for example, the children do not listen to you, have problem with you. You do not have to do it like at night. Each day, you just remember. You put their name in the collective list. Then you do the healing, and beside the collective list, anytime when you are free, you receive the light of the aura of God. You send to the chakra 6 of the child, or you place in after you do the collective healing. That is a preventive way to help your son, and then to help them to improve, to listen to you. You receive the aura of God. You send to the chakra 6 once. That's all you need to do. The first time, listen now carefully. If you want to help your son to come back to you, to listen to you, so beside the fact that you treatment in the collective way that you put aside, and then if you love them, you want them to return back to you, so that they can live with you, or to help them to listen to you, to help you with improve the relationship. The first time you send energy to the Saka 6 3 times. From the second day on, you transfer energy to the Saka 6 once. And when they listen to you, they seem to change their personality. They improve the relationship with you without any problem. Then you stop. We don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to send energy to the Chakra 6, but you can still continue to do the collective healing in the collective list for the family members. You constantly to do. You can continue to do that. Next question.
The question is, how do we communicate with?
So now, for the past 3 hours, I explained for you. In the case for us to communicate with the guardian to give you the opinion whether you want to go or to stay, they can help you. You can request the soul of these guardians to help you with their opinion. On this you can do. You take care of this part. You take care of the communicate with the high spirit first. And for the others, the animals, you don't need to communicate with them. because you have been trained, you are mature, you try to help with evolution. When you have the free time, just among yourself, to try to communicate among yourself, only just send 3 phrases or 4 phrases, and then you improve to 10 phrases. It's not like on the first time you can try to contact each other by sending several pages of message. You just try a very simple message. How are you, for example, or what do you do this weekend, for example, or this Sunday are you going to the beach, for example, or this weekend are you going on the train, for example. So very simple message you send like that, and then you improve to 2 phrases, and then several phrases, and then constant send a message. When the time with a restricted time, and then you try to do that until you increase to infinite time, you are able to contact each other, so that you are able to increase your capacity. However, in this class it is so new to you. Only 3 days of the class, only with 18 hours of learning, you learn a lot, so that you are able to apply in the future with all of the living animals. If they, since they are able to send out the energy frequency, you are able to know. Now we'll concentrate on the most important part first, so you can help on Earth with the humankind, with the suffering, that the soul of all the living creatures, they want to die fast, so that they can go through the evolution to become the humans. So that's why we don't need to take care of them. We just need to take care for ourselves, so that we can help them to become the humans. Listen carefully. We help ourselves so that we can help them to become the humans. Therefore, you do not worry about that. However, due to the love you have toward the animals, the pets inside your home, that is your own business. You can keep that. I don't have any guide or tell you to keep or to throw away. If they are sick, do you heal them? This is a formula that you ask. Do you want to help them? I give you all the formula already. You can help them. That is how I want to share with you clearly on that point. Now go on to the next question.
C'est le temps de Budapest. Budapest, it's your turn.
Oui, je sais.
We are here on Earth, and we're trying to help it. But unfortunately, we do more damage to it than give it any help at all. The problem is that it is at a critical point right now because of all the damages we gave to her. What can we do? If we keep doing that, we also risk destroying it, because also she's close to an asteroid belt and she's getting there very quickly, and we don't know what we should do. What can we do also to protect the Earth if it happens to meet that asteroid belt, and to protect it from all those asteroids that might hit her? Thank you, Master.
Mon question.
Another question also, it's how can we stop the politicians and capitalists from destroying the Earth, and how can we really help to protect the Earth and the whole humankind? Thank you, Master.
Now let me share with you. First of all, I have prepared for you for the past several years already. Now, as you are able to apply, so you can see the result that you have wished. According to my understanding, I travel here and there. I have seen, as I received a message from the deities, the way that we in the human world, we are depleting damaging the earth. It's not as much about many hundreds of thousands of years ago, about millions of years ago. This earth, we had gone through many changes with a very powerful special ability, and it's not from the human. I went to one of the science museum, They mentioned about the cycle, about 200 or 300 cycle, 300,000 year cycle. There are changes, transformation in the earth. The geographic change, let's say from the land turn out to the ocean turn out to land. There are many places that I travel, the places that I come, by destiny that I had a chance. I come to see, to know the truth, that they left behind many of this evidence, geographic evidence that I had mentioned to you in the previous seminars. The high mountain that was sunk to the ocean floor, and they left many of this evidence that I had a chance to go there. That was in Australia, for example, about hundreds of thousands of years ago. From the ocean, they recede, and now there's a cave in the mountain. There are so many changes, geographic changes. Now we forget about that. Now we concentrate on the present. At the moment, the earth, even let's say you use this earth for hundreds of thousands of years, you are not able to deplete all of the resource. I know this point. But I'm just afraid that on one point, that all of this substance that they use to destroy the earth, that is man-made. It's not from natural. This is the one that is more dangerous. All of this strange object from outer space that they send down, whether is it true? Is it from outer space that come down? How come it doesn't go to hit one of the other planet? How come it go directly to Earth? In many centuries ago, they have. And in the recent centuries, that we have some of the asteroids that come from outer space that come into Earth. I'm not a scientist, and you are not a scientist. In your country, you have, in my country, I have it. In America, they have it. Anywhere, in any country, they have it. According to the research in the field of science, as you can see, and from the water they form to the cloud, and then in a cold temperature, then they will have the cloud, and suddenly in a very hot weather, suddenly there are rain and a hailstorm. In a very hot climate, suddenly they have rain and a hailstorm. Supposedly in a cold climate, then you have, but then in the hot climate, how come suddenly they have the rain or the hailstorms? At that moment, the temperature is very hot. So on that, I just want to share with you. So now we talk about the Earth. You think that on the Earth, the change of the axis, with all of the research from the masters from the past, hundreds of thousands of years ago, and now with the research, it is not appropriate. Perhaps it is dangerous to the Earth. The Earth, how much you use? You, let's say, with all of the crops, the well that you dig in, with all of the economic that you develop, it is so little. It has no damage. It has no damage or anything on this earth to damage the earth. But then the way to destroy the earth, that is another aspect. That is the dangerous point. With all of the produce, the way that you excavate to use for fertile, for agriculture, there is no problem. On that, we just put that subject aside. The main point that I want to teach you, that God gave you the brain of prehistoric man to protect the earth. So you protect the earth. As you protect the earth, they will change their mentality. The people will change their mentality. As I help you already, you can change whether they do it right or wrong. If they do it right, then they continue on what they do. If they do it wrong, they just change their mind. I say it very little. I hope that you can understand more through my answer. Starting from tomorrow, me, you, we all will apply. With everything that you wish, you can apply. If anything that you see that people are doing wrong, and you send the energy, and they do not change, then they continue on, then for sure they are not wrong. We may think they are wrong, but according to God, it is right. And you continue on to raise my energy to help them. That I had mentioned to you, I share with you before this question. Therefore, I advise for you, I had prepared for you, starting from the year 2003, in the case of water, electricity, in the case of the threat on the earth, in the case of all of these situations, that is the energy that we are sending, according for us, for you, For me, we are insignificant because as scientists they spend a lot of time and effort. Then for sure we are ordinary people. How do we have the capacity to protect the earth? However, when we are allowed by the deities to use the brain of God, that way that we are able to help to contribute the humankind. We have been and we continue to contribute to help the humankind. This is not the first time that we do it. We have done so many times. This is not the first time that after 3-day class and tomorrow you can do it. I had prepared ahead of time for you. You had done so a lot of with a very successful result already. So now you are reaching a higher degree of success because the humankind they are now suffering. We don't have to wait for 18 years, 30 years, or we have to wait for 18 more years, 15 more years, or 17 more years. No, the time is so short. I just share with you. I prepare for you at this moment, in this year and next year, in this month and next month. Listen carefully. In this week and next week. That is all I can say. And depending how you can grasp or you understand. If you don't understand, you try to understand. If you don't know, you try to know. If you don't want to know, you will know. Because the event comes, so you know, so you can apply. That's all. So now, in the past, anywhere you go, I ask you that you pray to the responsible beings when you use a brain of prehistoric man. So they are the one who have the responsibility to protect you, except when you want to know. When you go to this place or that place, you ask or request the guardian in the mountain or this region to ask their opinion, whether you can go forward or it's any problems for you, or all this situation I had learned through 30 years ago. After 30 years later, now I can teach you, so you have it. You receive the message. You receive the answers to help you with the opinions, so that you don't have any problem when you go to a local area. If you don't know if they're dangerous, this guardian's responsible spirit can help you. So this guardian angel, the responsible spirit in this area, whether they are in a high mountain or in a lake or the river, the sea, they will help you to help you with safety. Next question. So now, according to your intention on this, it is very easy. Supposedly, I do not teach, but through the previous seminars at this class, I see that in your family there are so many chaos or problems. So now, you only can apply to control the people in your family. You cannot control the people outside your family. Then let's say the people that hold grudges or criticize or have problems, or always hold grudges to you. These are the people who always judging or criticize or cause problem to you. But because of your love, you want to help them. You can control them to force them to listen to you. This is one experiment in your family, so that you can have peace and calm in your family. If you want that, you can experiment for 7 days. On the first day, you receive the light of the aura of God. You send directly to the brain of these people 3 times. And the second day, you receive the light of the aura of God to send to the you send to the chakra 6 to that person 3 times. You do that for 7 days consecutively. These are the people who cause problems, so they can listen to you. And this is for them to listen to you so that you can help them. It doesn't mean that you control them so that they can be your slave to listen to you, and you try to condemn them to serve you, or you try to condemn them, and there will be a negative effect to you. And they would cause more problem to you. Whether you try to do any the brain of prehistoric man, how high you are, you would have the negative effect if you try to abuse it. Because you are trying to abuse the ability of the brain of God. You only can help with love. It is not that you love them and then you try to condemn them, you try to help them and condemn them. This is a two situation. Starting from tomorrow, you can experiment with this problem that you can try, and you can see the result. Only in 7 days. The first day, the second day, by the second day, you see the result already. You try it, so that you can apply it in your family. You do not be confused only in your family, not to the public. You need to take notes. If you are not clear, you ask me again so I can answer. If I give you to apply in your family and you try to apply to outside the family, it is not right. So you send 3 times to the brain and 3 times to the chakra 6, and do that the 7 days. Now, for parents, if you want to help the children, you are a teacher, you can transfer energy to help your student in your class. You do not reveal to anyone. You don't have to tell to them. Do not tell to anyone. Let's say when you do the exam, if you are the teacher who is the one sitting in the class, and when you hold out the exam paper for the children, and as you sit there, let's say in the classes you will take care of them, and that class they are very fortunate. The children, when you go to the class, you receive the light of the aura, you transfer energy to the subject 3 times. You send to that subject, and then to that stack of the exam paper, you receive the light of the auras of God. You transfer energy 3 times to the stack of this exam paper, and you send it to them. If you are the parents, if you are the teacher, that is one of the good things, that the students, they are very fortunate that you are able to help them. Yeah, on this you can do, for sure you can do it. I advise for you one time, I keep on repeating several times already, never reveal it to anyone that you are helping. You just help using the brain of prehistoric man to help people. That is a good thing for you. It doesn't mean that you use the brain of prehistoric man and you tell that because of you that you do this and you do that. The moment you reveal it and you say it to others, and you have a lot of problem. That is how I want to share with you, so you can do it successfully. Now continue on with the question. So to summarize, for the case of the teacher, when you are in the class, you just send the energy 3 times to the exam paper, and then the children will do well. Don't tell to anyone.
Kazan, it is your turn.
Проблема под рукой. Я передаю энергию одновременно на 2 уха. Давать энергию в данном случае на бронхи, правые и левые, отдельно. Правый бронх и левый бронх. Как правило, это вот связано с пыльцой. Вопрос. Если, предположим, можем ли мы помогать в выборе рождения ребенка другим людям, не себе, а другим людям? Можем ли помогать своим детям, внукам, чужим людям сдать экзаменов? Еще выбор пола ребенка, если муж, предположим, 13 плюс по плюса, а жена есть только 7 плюс. Выбор ребенка. Или наоборот.
Dear Master, the question from the student. Since we are told that our karma, the results of our karma are erased, and all the hereditary problems of ours we can resolve, no problem. My first question is, can we help other people to resolve their hereditary problems? Secondly, she asked regarding in case of sicknesses, when we have 2 organs, say example 2 ears in case of hearing, or 2 bronchs, I guess the bronchies in the nostrils, in case of spring allergies, when pollen gets inside, should we transfer energy to first one organ, 1 ear or 1 nostril, and then to the other ear, or should we transfer the energy simultaneously to both of the organs? Then another question is whether, thank you dear Master for giving us the technique how to choose the sex of the children of ours. Is there a chance for us to help other people to choose the sex of their children? Then Another question: is it possible to choose the sex of the child if one of the partners is at level 13 plus, while the second partner is at the lower level, and the example is 7 special? The last but not least, in the previous time when we asked question from Kazan here, our English line disconnected and we didn't hear the part about reviving people, whether we have the chance to revive people at this level. Thank you very much.
Farhad, we do not understand. You are connected and you're saying that you're not receiving the questions. This is the second time you say that you did not hear a question on some sort of a treatment, but you were connected. What happened, please? Because according to us, you are connected and we do not understand how.
Regardless of any of the disease, according to the formula I teach you, I also elaborate clearly for you. I just mentioned all the case that they have the transplant organ inside the body, or the organ that are being removed. You are able to transfer energy to this local area to help them to grow. It's not like in the case of the allergy, you don't have to transfer energy to the one of nostril. Like in the case of cancer, let's say you have cancer of the liver. The first day you transfer energy of the light of the aura 3 times, and the second day and on. Each day you transfer energy to the brain, to the brain, to the brain. That's all you do, apply to the brain. You don't have to transfer to the liver. Except, let's say they have the surgery, they have a transplant of the liver, for example. Let's say when they cut half of that liver, for example, then beside the fact that you receive the energy to the brain 3 times, then you can transfer energy to the surgical organ, the liver 3 times. In all of the form of the disease, even it is cancer, or let's say, for example, this is a transplant of the liver. Let's say you have a transplant of the liver. So each day with a new transplant, then you transfer energy to the brain of that person 3 times, and then you transfer energy 3 times to that new organ, so that new organ can adapt to the new body without any complication. That is how I explained clearly for you on that point, so you don't get confused on that technique. And now for you, in a number of you, the students of EUE, in this class level or this level, a number of you who the husband who learn and the wife do not learn, you cannot do that. Only if both of you, the couple, both of you who are now here in this class, the brain of Pacific man, in all of the other case, you are not effective. Do not try to say that you are using choosing boy and girl or birth control. You are not able to do it. Listen carefully. If both of you, the husband and wife, are in this class, you can do it. When you have the spiritual sexual unification, with this ability that you can do that either with birth control or choosing boy or girl, you can do it. In all of the other cases, you are not able to do it. That is how I analyze and with this experience and elaborate clearly for you, so you don't get confused. Before the end of the class, I just want to summarize through your question as you ask, so you can apply according to the right technique. Only in that manner you are able to help others. And now in the case, I want to share with you in Kazan the technique that you can help revive the dead. You can choose into 3 times. When you are in person, you are there in person. Let's say you are in a hospital, or let's say the person died. If the person died, at least 3 hours. So if the person died within 3 hours, so within 3 hours, if the person died within 3 hours, if more than 3 hours, you cannot save. Within 3 hours from the time when the heart stopped beating, within 3 hours, you can apply the formula like this. First, you receive the light of the auras into the brain of that person 3 times. You receive the light of the auras of God and send to the heart of that dead person 3 times. Receive the light of the auras of God and you send to the throat, the Adam apple 3 times. And then you wait there for 5 minutes. You wait there for 5 minutes. If suddenly the body seems to have some movement, then for sure that person is revived. If after 5 minutes that person there is no movement, then that person is dead. You can bury the body. From a medical perspective, the people who died, meaning the all the nervous system, without the sufficient blood flow, the person would die. But you need to remember, this is the technique. This is not a technique from science, from the current medical science. This is the technique that as we are using the brain of prehistoric man, from nothingness, we are creating everything. From nothing, you create something. Therefore, we can replace another spirit to enter the physical body so that the person can live, and this person will live, and that person would know a lot more than the person, the old person. And the time after only 3 hours after death. So go on. So now, what about the time for your speech? What is the ending program that you have? So at 3:30 we stop the class. So now, if you have any speech or anything, we have one of the short speech here. So when you want to say the speech, you tell me, and then I have a few words, and then before we end the class.
Thanks for. I was very much waiting to receive the question, the answer to the following question for a long time. So could you please tell us about immaculate conception when man and human are at a distance, are not together, close together, but when they are at a very big distance from one another? Could you please explain us about the possibility of immaculate conception, more about this subject? Thank you very much.
Can you please repeat this part? I did not hear it. Farad, can you please repeat the last part of the question? From the distance of these two people?
Could you please explain us more about immaculate conception when man and woman are not together, are not having sex to conceive a child? I was waiting for this question for a long time. Thank you, dear master.
Now, as you mentioned about this, it is in MINH that when you mention about it, you can learn, because I have calculated there are many aspects. First, I let you experiment between you, the husband and the wife, with the spiritual sexual unification in the case of birth control, or in the case of choosing the sex of your children, boy or girl, according to your will. You try it first. I let you try it for 3 months. Then for sure, a number of you will be pregnant. When you are pregnant, no matter how you think you will be. And then there is still more topics. The brain of prehistoric man that create all of the living creatures. And we have created all of the living creatures. So now we are just come back, and I should remind you, you know. But I should remind you, and you come here and you do it. Now only 3 hours. Now I will only teach you 3 hours in this class 3 days with the 18 hours. Tomorrow, as you do it, you don't even have enough time to learn. Do not say that the master teaches you so little. I teach you so little. But in one day, 24 hours, you are working 24 hours, and you don't even have enough time to do all the work, because a number of you, you don't have enough time. You cannot even have enough time to carry out, because in the immense universe, the limited earth right here, we know everything, but at the time, we do not have enough time to carry out everything, because we are still eating, sleeping, we have to still take care of your family, your children, you will have so many concerns. So how do you have the free time to really carry out? There are so many things. All you do is 1 hour. In only 1 hour, and you are busy in everything. Only when you are so free, you know when? I tell you. When you are sick, and you say that only when you are sick, then only when you are sick, that is the time when you are free, because when you're sick, you cannot do anything. You can say, Master, save me, but then for sure you will not die. And you continue on. So you will continue on, you will not die. After you recover from your sickness, you continue to do the more work until when you die. And that is how it is. You say, Master, you are sick, Master, save me, that I just saved you. The moment I just saved you, and then the moment you recover, you said that you don't want to do any work. And then when you are sick, you cannot do any work. But then when you recover, you continue on with your work. Now, how do you see? Therefore, I advise for you With everything that you learn, you just apply within what you learn. I give you 3 months for you to try, to see how your destiny, how your fate would be. I do not calculate within whether you are the family members or not. You do not need to ask. You just, by your destiny, you do not need to ask me. Suddenly I remember you. When you would come to learn, is by your chance. I teach you from 7 or 10 more days. It doesn't mean that you have to wait for that. Whether you can come to learn it is up to your destiny. The part that you can come to see me, you don't have to wait, or you don't have to call me to ask me. You don't have to write me any letters. You don't have to do that. You don't need any translation. You know why? Because there's not a lot of people number. Even if I just use my hand with sign language, you would know, you understand. You know a little English or a little French, or you know other languages. That is very easy because I transfer energy to you directly to your brain. You know a lot. But then we stop on that program. If I keep on telling that and you stay and you want to go to learn the next class. And now in the case for the woman to be able to conceive, you wait. In the case of the Immaculate Conception, that is only the result when God allowed you with a mission. Just like in the Bible, the Jesus Christ who can feed the multitude. That is the work of Jesus Christ. As I know, from Russia, they are able to go to India. They are able to use spiritual soldier, and they are able to devise with a spiritual soldier and even to drive all the soldier away. But in fact, they don't have any soldier. This is a Russian. They are able to use magic. About almost half of a centuries ago, they are able to use black magic. You are the one in Russia. You are able to use that technique. You are able to do it. Therefore, in the case, in the future, we do not need a man to still give birth, meaning that you do not need the sperm, you can still conceive. You can do that. But now I do not teach you yet. I let you apply with this first. If you wish, you will. It doesn't mean that you cannot do it. But now it is not the time yet. In the case of reviving the dead and in terms of the spirit, and all this case, the reason that you can do it, because when you use the brain of the prehistoric man and the brain of prehistoric man that God allowed you to create all of the living creatures, that is a lesson they have learned through. You forgot. So that's why I keep on reminding you, and you know, and you can apply. With my lecture today, as I explained to you, in the case that you wish to have children, or if you wish to have birth control at any situation, I have taught you, you just apply it, and then you will see the result. The important part is with everything that you can do before you, let's say in the case that you are afraid of being conceived, or in the case that you wish to have children, you can apply only in 30 days. If you want to see the most effective way, let's say before, let's say in the case of your cycle, the period cycle, so now you can just go back and experiment with your experiment, and you can try it. So with the medical principle, I do not know about it. And starting from the period, and then you measure with the cycle, let's say 14 days to develop the period in the case of the egg cycle, and that's how it is. But then, as I've taught you already, on the 14th day, or let's say the 15th or the 16th day, and you start to develop the cycle in the case of the eggs form, whether it is late or five days later, or maybe 12 days with the cycle of the eggs. I explained for you, you can choose the day, let's say the egg is formed, you can apply. In the case, if you want to conceive, you wait until, let's say, before or after the egg is formed, you can apply. If you want to have children, the egg is not, let's say the egg is not formed, but with the light of the auras, as you send directly to the ovaries, the eggs will be formed, and suddenly you have a children, you are conceived. This is the truth. I tell you, it's not a joke. Therefore, if you're in a family, my wife is a doctor, and my family members, they are doctors. This is anti-science. But then you need to remember, I do not. If you're in science, I do not teach you this. I do not teach you to apply according to the field of science with the current medical science. I teach you the technique of a billion years ago in the past. Listen carefully. So I do not know what you learn about the medical science, but I learned a lesson from a billion years ago. The books is not here in the world. That's why I teach you, so you can apply it, you can see the result. It doesn't mean that we can just like practicing black magic and we can just make things a table appear. The brain for prehistoric man, with the level of the humankind now, we are able to reach a high level in the human evolution. So now we are able to update whatever they needed that the book didn't reveal. Now we can give the opinion to help them. We learn from the past, so we can help them, so they can act. They can act to help others. They act to take care of others. Doesn't mean that we act so that we have fame, so that people can praise us. It is not like that. We don't do it for praise or for fame. So with everything that I have taught you, you would have the opportunity in the future. You would learn all of the secret. You will learn more. You try. With everything that you apply, you report to me if it is needed. If you need my help. If you do not need my help, with everything I've taught you, you just do it with the right technique. Then with the result that you obtain, that is your joy. It is your happiness. And that will be the change of the life for you and or for the world in the 21st century. So now it is done. So so it's up to you. We have a little time now, so it is up to you. You want to say the speech or you want to ask question?
Dạ thưa thầy, cái bài diễn văn thì chỉ cần có 2 phút thôi thưa thầy.
Question. This is perhaps this student who is Catholics. So with everything that in the case of the messages, the vision, and according to the book of prophecies, 2,000 years, and I was fortunate that after 30 years, for the first time as I meditated, I reached the meditation state. God sent me the message, and the message that for the past 2 hours I had mentioned to you about my life from the time I meditated until the time I travel abroad, and until now I teach all over the world, teaching UE for the past almost 15 years now. That is how I summarize. But the important part is in the past, I did not reveal to you about when you come to learn the brain of Pure Man. God had mentioned to me one of the very critical points. If without this, perhaps in the future, you see me, I will present to you. I'm very surprised that before 30 years before, God had to give me one of the formula that in the future people will be very, very deceived, mistaken. When the satellites, when the chemicals, when the nuclear, they send out to the air, all the people would be sick or dead because of the nuclear radioactive. But you, God said, it is you. As you are able to neutralize using universal energy with the toxic, the air, so that it would be the normal air. As you breathe in the air, we are able to live long, so we can serve mankind. I tell you the truth. At that moment, I say that, my God, I don't know who teach me this. Whether it is the God or any beings or somebody just come here to test me. But for sure, for me, with the nuclear reaction, the nuclear radioactive, for sure I will die right away. That is my low level of understanding 30 years ago. For the first time when I received this message, I received this special message. Until now, today. Until 3 years ago, I knew when God gave me one of the key to open the door of space, starting in the level 11, 12, and 13. That was the first one in March, the year 2001. That was in Melbourne. And now also in Melbourne, it is by video conference, not in person, only 250 of you in person, but 1,300 of you all over the world. And eventually, with the chemical in the air that I have taught you, that we are able to block from outer space that are sending into the earth, and I had prepared for you to protect the region where you reside, the country where you reside. All of these forms I have helped you to neutralize already. Only now I know when the nuclear out in space when the chemicals are in the air, all of this powerful toxic in the food and waters, the deities have given me a formula to receive the light of the aura. Before receive the light of the aura of God, that we learn before that we learn to receive the light of the sun or the star. That is a way to neutralize, to bring the air, to help all the people to live long. That is the brain of the prehistoric man. That today, after 30 years, I already know. In the past, I didn't know about it. I thought that we will heal like this. You remember? A number of you who remember when you learned the level 4, I myself, when I taught, you are able to treat collectively. In the case of air contamination, you treat from the first person, and then they hold hand, and then they are able to heal them in a collective way. And then we learn from lower to the high levels until when our capacity. Now we do not want to say that we reach the top, but we are very fortunate that God allows us to use the brain of God. If you're unintentional or intentionally you don't want to do it, it is your own fault. So that is one of the last points I want to share with you, my joy. So the class would end. So now I hope that all of you in the future, by your destiny, you will have the chance, very less chance to see me. You a small number of you to see me, at least to learn from 7 to 10 days. At least you wait for 3 months. After you apply, this is the first level using the brain of prehistoric man that you are able to apply. So now I allowed Vani so Vani would conduct the ending speech. So now it is for us to say the final ending speech for the Master. So dear Master, once again, you have gathered us all in the name of mankind, enlightenment, and love. In every class, you free us more and more from the ties and blocking us along the spiritual path, which you lead us with love and with no judgment from the very first beginning, even before we met up in this school and in this present life. For every step forward towards freedom of thought and action that you allow us to do, we are more united between ourselves and also with you. Thank you, Master, for everything you gave us and continue to give us to full hand. And to fulfill our thirst for knowledge and love. A special thanks to all the people who make the seminar possible, the translators, technicians, and volunteers. Please, Master, accept our warm embrace, and may destiny allow us to meet with you again and again in the future. Thank you, Master. So now the class would end. I hope that in the near future, after 3 months, I will let you practice for 3 months, so that with all the results you gain, and then I will teach you the special formula for a longer time with a smaller number of students. At that time, you do not need to know about. I will know all of the people who need it that you can come. It doesn't mean I invite you to come there to sleep in the class. For sure, you won't sleep in the class. And if you want to sleep in the class, I will give each of you one of the bottle of the ointment, meaning the hot ointment that you place on your eye, so you can have a tear on your eye, so you won't sleep. If you have a chance to come to learn. So, in summary, after this class, this is a very successful class. I'm very happy that I myself, I asked God to teach you the one class that to meet the demands, to help with the difficulties that may happen at any time. Next week, next day, the following weeks, in 2 more weeks, next month, all of these situations that are right near to earth, I am preparing for you, so you always remember. In a large Iwi family, you always have my protection. Listen carefully. Except in the case that you do not want my protection, it is up to you. But my mission, my responsibility toward you are my students, whether you are good or you are bad, regardless of any circumstance, That is, you are in a large UE family, meaning you are the your ancestors who come to learn, or you are the ancestors, your children and grandchildren, meaning in a large UE family, you and your families. I promise that I will protect all of you, yourself and your family. I received the message many times already. For that reason, each morning before I step down from my bed, the first thing is all of you, the large UE family. That means the human. Not for the earth, I do not now mention about it. The first thing, I take care of the earth. I take care of you. And then I will take care of the sick people in the list, the large UE family in the world. I have the responsibility to protect you to my last breath. Even if you deny it, it is up to you. Even if you want to go out, it is up to you. I do never abandon you. Regardless of any mistake that you make from the past, regardless of anything that even if you don't want me, you don't like me in the past, it is your own personal. So in my mission, my responsibility, you rest assured, I have the ability, as God had mentioned to me, the ability, the one who is nearest to me, that is you. You rest assured on that point. So today we end the class. I hope that you can experiment for 3 months from now, as you know. If there's nothing that happened on the 1st of August, I don't know how it is in that date, but on August 1st, I don't know where. There will be a special class, very small number. It's not like 100 or 1,000 of number. I tell you the truth, it's not like in the past. I tell you, I want to train you. I train you how to use the brain of prehistoric man. You have all the capacity already. Several times, each group, I will teach you so you have further ability that in the past, you and me, we had created all of the living creatures already. Listen carefully now. So now, I just want to remind you. And before I remind you, now I'm learning. I'll keep on learning until August, so I can teach you. So now you go back to your business, to your daily affairs. Me, myself, my physical body, I have my own affair. But then my spirit continue to learn until now to August. So that we will have a chance to see each other in one location so that we can share our experience, and I will teach you further with my experience so we can contribute to help mankind. That is from my opinion. So now we end the class. I wish for all of you, you have a safe trip home to your country, and now I greet all of you. Bye-bye.
Rồi,